better than our society's identity. But then again, can you tell me that's free? They explain to you what your mind should perceive, suggest things they want you to believe, like your skin color dictates your race. They're calling you an idiot to your face, like life is much more simple than that. We're all slaves and the cards are stacked, while we fight over problems we can fix. Industrialists turn our kids to addicts. The television does a job, introduce you. The radio's right there to seduce you, keep you locked on the wrong damn track. Cigarettes is just legalized crack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. What? Stop believing in the flag, it's a trap. Cause men rule this world, that's a fact. They don't know, but I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, but I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know, that I'm gonna hit them with this shit. They don't lie, that you're gonna free your mind tonight. 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 If you see a man that needs help, then help a brother. If you see a sister on her own, still love her. Cause life is about how you choose to see it. But you gotta teach people how to learn to see it. The planet's been through suffering many times. We propagate many wars many times. The people need to wake up and stop accepting deceit from their own government's deception. You can't blame the people for needing protection from the government's bad reputation. We need to sing a song called Free the Nation. Cause we done had a whole lot of separation. Racism, classism, nationalism, based on keeping people out on the plantation. That's the plan, no doubt. Cause rich people got a plan, no doubt. If you still don't understand and believe that we are all one from the same mother, and respect each woman and man with the same consideration you would like to be given on a daily, then you need to retire so the new generation can take over and show you how to live and govern this place we call Earth home.
It is Wednesday the 20th.
May 0850 Central European Time. That makes it 2 in the morning, 2:50 in the AM Eastern Standard Time, USA. And we back again. Yeah, terrible news. I mean, who knows? It's just the primaries, but it is terrible news. Officially, Thomas Massie has lost the Kentucky election. And as he said, it's a referendum on how much influence and sovereignty influence AIPAC is going to have in the U.S. election system, and sovereignty the U.S. is going to have versus like just becoming a foreign country, essentially, you know, run by people outside of the U.S. And he said that clearly yesterday, and for many days now. He talked about AIPAC money influencing primaries, influencing elections, and indeed AIPAC threw a lot of money against Thomas Massie. And you may as well call this the the Epstein administration, the Epstein control factor, because Thomas Massie was the one who actually wrote the discharge petition. I'm sorry, y'all. Discharge petition for the release of the Epstein files. Without him, you would not even see the little bit of the Epstein files you're seeing now. Now, without him, there would not be a law. And because of that, they put all their money on his opponent. And that's got to tell you something. What that tells me is that Israel is deeply worried about the release of the Epstein files. That's what that tells me. And it tells me anybody who stands up, they're going to put money against. If you want the release of the Epstein files and you do something strategic like Massie did, keep in mind, when Massie spoke up, he was only one of 4 Republicans that signed the discharge petition. It took 200 people, 218 signatures to go around MAGA Mike Johnson, who was against the release of the Epstein files. And so, I mean, literally, this is about the Epstein files, you know, and it's sad because he's an example of the Epstein files. You know, Thomas Massie is an example of what you get when you push to get these files released. You know, they throw everything against you. Marjorie Greene Taylor, she had to basically, you know, she's out basically, you know, she stopped. She said, fuck it. I can't do this anymore, you know, and, you know, it is embarrassing. It's embarrassing. And I really don't know how many Americans, care really at this point. I think they should, but it seems like Americans don't actually care, because why would you primary the man who released the Epstein files? That says a lot about fucking Kentucky. Kentucky, what's wrong with you all? Are you all fucking stupid? Kentucky must be where those dudes were that were singing that song. Donald Trump, you are my daddy. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? What's wrong with you in Kentucky? I mean, really? Is that why does Kentucky give a fuck? You're in the center of the country. Why do you care? Why are you influenced by AIPAC? Israel's in the Middle East, yo. What the fuck? You're not even concerned about Canada and shit, and yet you're concerned about Israel. I mean, I'm sorry. You guys got played by money. You guys got played in your own goddamn state by a foreign country. Basically, that's what happened. And you don't ever say in Kentucky you care about Kentucky, because you fucking don't. You fucking don't. And you're going to pay the price. You're going to pay the price. Every American citizen is going to pay the price, because when it comes to representatives on the floor that are going to impeach Trump, you lost. This person that's going in there is not going to be trying to impeach Trump. And this person going in there is not going to be trying to release those Epstein files. And if they try it, they will get primaried. It would be the end of their career also.
Yeah, it's very telling. It's very, very telling. You said Chris Rabs just won in Pennsylvania. Yeah, it's not all. Kentucky consider themselves Southern. Well, they better start considering themselves stupid. Seriously, because Massey was really right wing. The only thing he did wrong was go for the release of the Epstein files, and all of a sudden they hate him. Yeah, I just wonder about that. But it is a primary, so I'm not sure. I want to learn a little bit about the primaries, how that works. But then again, there's more. There's also this mosque shooting. I've been following that too, so I want to look a little bit of that. That is, they stupid and slow. I don't have nice words. I don't have nice words for stupid people. You know what I'm saying? And look, even me, I'm a damn Democrat. And I actually gave $10 to Thomas Massey yesterday. And the thing is that why? It's because he did one thing that everyone agreed on. That was release the Epstein files. And you punished the man for that? Kentucky punished the man that wrote the discharge petition that got 218 signatures to release the Epstein files. If someone hadn't done that, you would not be seeing any of these Epstein files today. Remember, they had already said they released them all earlier, and they hadn't, and they were refusing to release more. This man, you gave 10 too, Rafika, and Eric. We all gave 10, man, and but that's because I'm sorry. There's something about me that says it doesn't matter if you're Republican or Democrat. With certain things, I'm going to support a person from any party if they have certain things now. And that was the one thing that was so important. Fuck it. I'd rather see Massey in that seat because he was dedicated to that and he got shit done. And let me see. Let me find out. How many years did he serve? Check this out. Oh, and guess what? It says here, Ed Galrain, right, who defeated Thomas Massey, right? He just won, received massive amounts and backing from AIPAC and other pro-Israel organizations. The race became the most expensive House primary in U.S. history with a total outside spending eclipse of $32 million. Yo, that is crazy. That is crazy. And it's about the Epstein files. It's about the Epstein files. Because what does Israel give a fuck about Kentucky? Nothing. Can you understand that? There's nothing in AIPAC that gives a goddamn about what's going on in Kentucky. You all can be broke as fuck, and they wouldn't care. They don't care. They don't care. They thinking about themselves. They're smart enough to have universal health care. They're smart enough to have universal education, and they just gonna let you be dumb and let them choose who you fucking elect. Kentucky, you're not doing well, Kentucky. You're not wealthy. You're broke. You're broke. You're broke. And you let someone else decide who you fucking elect. Pretty much. Pretty much. And you didn't even stand by the man that got the Epstein files released. That means you don't care about girls. You don't care about crime. You don't care about espionage. You don't care about sovereignty. You don't care about anything. What the fuck do you care about in Kentucky? I don't know. But listen, here's who was involved. All the funding opposition broke down to this. Let me pull this up so people can see it. So you don't just think I'm not just reading this shit off just in any old way. But it's necessary to peep. Now check this out. Here's how the funding opposition broke down. AIPAC involvement. AIPAC Super PAC, the United Democracy Project, UDP, poured over $4.1 million directly into the race to unseat Massey, whom they targeted as the most anti-Israel Republican in the House due to his consistent votes against foreign aid, including funding for Israel Iron Dome and bipartisan resolutions condemning anti-Semitism. So, that's you, Kentucky. That's you. They're more important than you, Kentucky. Kentucky ain't shit, for real. Total pro-Israel spending. When factoring in other groups like the Republican Jewish Coalition, RJC, the Victory Fund, which spent roughly 3.9, damn, that's almost 4 million, and Christians United for Israel, tracking estimates show that Galrain benefited from over 15.5 million in total pro-Israel PAC spending. That's damn near, that's over half of what, that's about half, look, that is about half of all the money spent just from them, just from this. Yeah, in any case, that is crazy. Just about this one issue, $15.5 million about Israel. That's half of the whole spending in the whole state. So what about went to Kentucky? What part was this about Kentucky, this election? That is crazy. The Trump factor. AIPAC wasn't the only heavy hitter. President Donald Trump made unseating Massey a personal vendetta after Massey repeatedly broke rank on government spending, tax bills, and foreign policy. Trump aligned super PACs like MAGA, KY. MAGA, there you go. MAGA, KY jelly. They like it. They like their KY jelly, I guess. MAGA KY poured an additional $7 million. MAGA is Israel. MAGA's Israel. They are not Kentucky. That is crazy. That's crazy. Massey explicitly called out the funding during his concession speech, jokingly telling supporters that he would have conceded sooner, but it took a while to find Ed Gerain in Tel Aviv. Exactly. Wow. All right, so let's get over to and see what legacy media has to say. God damn, yesterday was a long time. I'm not going to be that long today. I got to tell you. Yesterday, I don't even know how that went. That was 5 damn hours yesterday. That is insane. But it goes to show you we had a good time. We had a good show yesterday. So let's keep it going. Let's see here.
Streaming of me and my friend here, the Magic Wall. It's a big primary night across the country. Special treat. We're going to stream you results as they come in, including, let me show you, let's get right to the news. We're in the news business here. This is the biggest race of the night. This is Thomas Massey. Many of you might know. He's the Libertarian Republican congressman from Kentucky, the 4th Congressional District, and Donald Trump does not like him. And Donald Trump has endorsed.
Okay, so he's a libertarian. I had no idea. Okay, that's good to know. So, yeah, that's interesting.
His opponent trying to knock him out of Congress because he's voted against Trump a couple of times, critical of the Iran war. Remember, he was part of the effort to release the Epstein file. So this is the big race we're watching. Before I get into the results and get through it, just a little table setting here. This is a first, number one, so it might be a little rough. We're going to have some fun. We're going to go through this. Hopefully, between counting results, take you a little bit behind the scenes and show you some of the great things we can do with the Magic Wall, what a great information tool it is. You may see 1 or 2 members of our team walking in a little bit to help me out. The other thing you're going to see is that several times throughout the night, including in about 13 minutes.
Massey served for 14 years, and he got unseated over this bullshit with Israel. That is crazy. That is the Epstein files. He's the dude for the Epstein files. How do you take down the dude who released the Epstein files? I mean, that goes to show you. So Israel, they're packed. They're PACs. They didn't treat the person who's responsible for releasing the Epstein files well at all. I mean, you know, and it goes to show you we're not obligated to be pro-Israel. But apparently we are in the United States. Apparently we are obligated. Where are the other people with the money, spending more money, giving more money than the Israeli PAC? Where are they at? I mean, you mean to tell me that they have more money than anybody else to spend on elections in the United States of America? That's weird. That is really, really weird. That speaks volumes, y'all. That speaks volumes.
I'm going to be on CNN television. So you might see me turn my head a little bit. You might hear me. I'm talking to Aaron. That would be Aaron Burnett, or Anderson. That would be Anderson Cooper. If you hang, I don't think we're here long enough for you here on digital for you to hear me talk to Caitlin Collins. If we are here long enough, that means we're having a huge night in these primaries. But this is a first. We're going to try to do it again. We'd love your feedback. And maybe if we keep doing it again and we think there's interest out there, we'll find a way for you to communicate with me as we do it and ask some questions about how we get to the Magic Wall. But now you're going to see me essentially as I am on election nights when I'm not on television. That is, using this great information tool to figure out what's going on. Where are the votes? What are we missing? What are the questions? Where do we go from here? So let's start with with this race right here, only 4% of the vote in. So if you've watched me on television, I'm going to say it, and I'm going to say it a lot. Don't lock in. Got a long way to go. We have to count votes, and things change. What about this district? What's interesting about it? Well, most of the people.
What about this race was about Kentucky? Let's look up Kentucky. Let's see how well Kentucky's doing. Let me see. How well is Kentucky? I'm just saying, if Kentucky's doing great, I can understand they would want to keep spending money in Israel. No problem. How well is Kentucky doing economically, and how many people are in the middle class and poor when compared to other states? Let's just see what it looks like, just to have a little data. I don't really know, but I know they're not that rich. You know, I mean, that's what I thought. But in any case, so let's take a look. Maybe they got something like oil, right? Who knows? Kentucky economically is a bit of a paradox. On one hand, it is experiencing a major boom in manufacturing and capital investment. Wow, Massey did all that? On the other hand, it still struggles with deep-rooted systemic poverty and lower median income compared to most of the country. But they got money for Israel. Yay, Israel, you won. AIPAC, good job. You won. Great. Yay. Let's keep the poverty going in Kentucky. Hoorah. Let's keep their asses broke. That's how they like it. All right. Here's a breakdown. And also, let me see. Barry, Carlos, do you live in Kentucky? What's it like in Kentucky, man? Where do you live? Everybody in the chat, because the chat is open, let me know what state you live in and who your healthcare provider is. All right, let's see here. Let's see. Here's a breakdown of how Kentucky's economy is performing and how the middle class and lower income populations stack nationally. Overall economic performance, a mixed bag. Kentucky's economy has been growing, but its national ranking depending entirely on which metric you look at. Okay, it depends entirely on which metric you look at. The boom, industrial investment. Kentucky has become a national powerhouse for attracting business. Wow, Thomas Massey did a good job with that, I guess, right? The state is consistently ranked the top 5 nationally for economic development projects per capita. Massive investments in automotive manufacturing and EV battery gigafactories like Ford and AESC have driven this growth. Wow, okay. The reality, GDP and jobs. Despite the big manufacturing wins, Kentucky's overall gross product, GSP, growth rate over the last 5 years ranks around 34th out of 50 states. So it's in the bottom half, well in the bottom half. Unemployment rate hovering around 5.1%. Is 5.1% good? And overall job growth has lagged behind the national average. Yay, AIPAC. You got it. You did it again. The middle class in Kentucky, because the cost of living in Kentucky is lower than the national average, the definition of middle class is lower there than in states like New York or California. All right. Okay. The threshold to be considered middle class in Kentucky, a household needs an income between $43,000 and $129,000. I mean, I remember when I was young, $43,000 was fantastic in the 80s. You know what I'm saying? Now it's like you need, that would be $129,000. Crazy, right? Anyway, with a median middle class income of around, that middle class thing right there, I think 43 is just poverty, right? With the median middle class income of around 64,000. Okay, yeah, okay. That's not, I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, I guess for one person, yeah. Size of the middle class, roughly 46% to 48% of Kentucky households fall into this middle class bracket, which is slightly below the national average of about 50. Okay. National comparison. Kentucky has some of the lowest middle class income thresholds in the nation, ranking 46. A salary that makes you upper middle class in Kentucky is $100,000, would barely qualify as lower middle class in states like Massachusetts or Hawaii. True. The poor and lower income populations. Poverty remains Kentucky's most persistent economic challenge, driven heavily by stark geographical divides. Urban centers like Louisville and Lexington are thriving, while parts of eastern Kentucky, Appalachia, that's J.D. Vance town, Appalachia, no, I'm joking, the mountains, face severe economic stagnation. Poverty rate. Kentucky's poverty rate sits around 15.6% to 16.4%. Okay. Meaning nearly 700,000 Kentuckians live below the federal poverty line. Okay. Below. National comparison. Kentucky ranks about 46 out of 50 states for poverty. Damn. And they got money for AIPAC? Why does Israel care about Kentucky? Why do they need their support? Is it just a vote when it comes down to a vote? I mean, think about that. Nothing else really matters. Nothing else domestic matters. There's nothing there domestic for AIPAC, for pro-Israel lobby. They have universal health care and universal education. Kentucky obviously doesn't. Okay, it says, the poverty rate is outperformed. It's only outperformed by New Mexico, West Virginia, and Mississippi and Louisiana. Right? The national average poverty rate is closer. It would be interesting to see which one of these states end up having the other broke ass states end up having pro AIPAC elected officials. That would be very interesting to know. That would be very interesting. I'm curious about that. Because what does AIPAC have to do with anything in these states? West Virginia, Mexico, Mississippi, Louisiana. Like, okay, y'all got money for that? Sustained poverty. According to Census Bureau data, Kentucky is one of the handful states with severe sustained poverty, where a large portion of its population, 18%, lives in counties that have trapped residents and high poverty rates for over 20 consecutive years. Yeah, but they got money for AIPAC though. Yeah, that's really focusing on where your money is. Did you know that 90% of Republicans receive AIPAC money and 75% of Democrats receive AIPAC money? When we talking about on the House level, Congress. When you're dealing with Congress, when you're dealing with the House and the Senate. Yeah. So it's crazy, it is, but I'm just talking about, forget all that. Look, just don't worry about Republicans and Democrats too. Just think about how all these states are pretty much poor. Look, Kentucky is it's only 4 states that have more poverty than Kentucky. Why do they care about what is going on in Israel or Palestine? Why do they care? Why is that their business? Because Israel damn sure has universal health care and universal education. Look, I'm going to tell you, Kentucky people don't know a motherfucking thing about Israel or the Middle East. They don't know nothing. They don't have the time to know. What is it? There's not a big population of Jews in Kentucky, a big population of, not really. I don't think so. Not historically. These are very isolated communities, very Christian communities, very American Christian communities, and they don't really know. I'm talking about the history. They might see some Muslim and Jews walking around, but I'm talking about history. No. They don't know nothing about the history of the Middle East. Pretty much nothing. No idea. No idea. Africa either. They just don't know, man. South America. They don't know. These people not interested in none of that shit. Don't you know that? If you don't know anything about Canada, why would you know anything about the Middle East? And they don't. Listen, and the Kentucky people, look, how is half of the money spent on the election from pro-Israel lobby in a broke-ass state like Kentucky? That just makes no sense whatsoever, because obviously AIPAC doesn't give a fuck about poverty in Kentucky. That's the biggest lobby there. In this primary. That doesn't make sense. Does that make sense to you? Put a 1 in the chat if it makes sense to you that the biggest lobby in this primary election between Massey and this other guy was the Israeli lobby. It's not even American lobbies that spent more money. Does that make sense? How does that make sense? I don't know. That doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't make any sense to me. I don't get it. I don't get why. What is it AIPAC does in Kentucky? What is it they're doing? What do they want for Kentuckians? Is there anything? One thing? Can you name one thing? What do they want for Kentuckians, AIPAC? Why was that the biggest lobby in this election, in this primary? It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. That means, I'm going to tell you, listen, if that's the biggest lobby in that election, that means nobody gives a fuck about Kentucky. That's what that means. No one cares. Nobody cares about you. They don't even want to. It's not important. That is crazy. It's more important to AIPAC than anybody else. That is insane. That is insane. I just don't understand it. Any case, the election already happened, motherfucker. Goddamn. Macy lost and shit, but he got my $30. He got my $10. Yo, he got Rafiqa's $10. He got Eric's $10. Fuck it. We gave him something just because I don't want the guilt on my conscience. You know what I'm saying? I don't want the guy who wrote the discharge petition to get the Epstein files vote on the floor of the Congress. I don't want that dude to get primaried. I want him to get something. I was just like, damn, this can't be the United States of America. Is this the United States of America? Fucking getting rid of the dude who actually put together the discharge petition for the Epstein files? Yes, it is. You all don't give a fuck. You give more of a fuck about Epstein than your own goddamn state. You care more about hiding the fucking Epstein files than your own fucking state. Yo, that is embarrassing. That is embarrassing. Yo, in any case, yo, Democrats, I hope you watching this. I hope you watching this, Democrats. I hope you watching this. I just want to hear some of the jargon from last night. Massey lost though, unfortunately, but it's only the primary, so it doesn't. But listen, Kentucky's like, it's going to be interesting to see if Kentucky just goes red. You know what I'm saying? Are they tired of Trump? Are they tired of AIPAC? Are they tired of Epstein? Or do they want to keep it going for a while? Let's see. Who knows?
You see it sprawls from over here, south of Louisville, all the way across. This is the Ohio River up here, along the Kentucky-Ohio border out here. Most of the people live here and here. So if Thomas Massey's going to hold on to his seat, that's where we're going to look. The Cincinnati suburbs and the Louisville suburbs to the northeast of Louisville. Another interesting place to watch as we go through the night is right here. I'll explain why in a minute. I'll get you closer in a minute, but that's Lewis County. That's where Tom Massey calls home. It's also a county where Donald Trump got 87% of the vote in the 2024 presidential election. So here's the big test, right? Can Thomas Massey convince voters at home, you like me more than the president you just voted overwhelmingly for in 2024? And guess what? Trump won these areas in 2020 and 2016 as well. So this is the big race we're watching tonight.
All right, so he lost. Let me see if they did any commentary on this shit real quick. Nah, okay, so all right, on to the next one. Let's see here. There's more. Actually, 2 seconds. Let me just screw that for a second. Let me just come over here for 2 minutes. I don't want to do I don't want to do all states. I want to stick on what happened with Massey and see the commentary real quick. And then we can go to some other states. Let's see here.
Yeah, I'm here. I mean, you're talking about Kentucky. You're talking about Thomas Massey. This is actually pretty interesting. Ed Galbraith has been called as the winner here. 72% of the vote in. It's just 7,000 supporting them, 54 to 45. But it's not anywhere in particular. It's in all of these populous states, these top 3 counties in the top of the state. Ed Galbraith winning all of them. Go to Oldham County, which is the most populous county in the west part of the state. He's winning that. Shelby County, where he's from, we still don't have votes there, but that's where he's originally from. But Lewis County, where Thomas Massey's in, he's won that. 85% of the vote in. He's got 63 to Ed Galbraith 35. But that's about it for the moment. So this has been a shellacking. And this follows on the heels of Indiana. It follows on the heels of Cassidy in Louisiana. There is still a price to pay for going up against Donald Trump. It's not universal, but Donald Trump has a lot more sway over a Republican and
But yeah, okay.
voters than some of the polling might indicate that he does. And you're seeing this again. Thomas Massey, who has been a real gadfly, and by the way, to everybody, and has been that way for a long time, losing his seat in Kentucky. And we're seeing some of that play out in other states, as we're about to see Pennsylvania close. We've seen Georgia close. Some of this is happening, but to think that Donald Trump, with the time he's got left in his presidency, is not the single most important force in Republican politics.
All right, so look, this is official right here. You know, it really is the Israeli lobby that spent the most money in Kentucky in this primary. That is crazy. Look, primary between Thomas Massey and Galbraith became a staggering 32 million to 35 million blitz, breaking the record for the most expensive U.S. House primary in history. Okay, the spending was vastly asymmetrical, with a heavy coalition of pro-Israeli groups and Trump-aligned committees dedicating unprecedented cash to oust Massey. The political action committees, PACs, that spent the most money to influence the race are detailed here. Highest spenders against Massey, pro-Galbraith. Overwhelming majority of outside spending came from groups looking to defeat Massey. Okay, so let's see here. It says MAGA, Trump-aligned super PAC, $7 million, following Donald Trump's public call. Okay. United Democracy Project, $4.1 million. Okay, so maybe the Israeli PACs are smaller. No, it's not. You see that? Do you see that? Look at this. 7 million. 4.1, 3.9. Overall for Israeli, when tracking all the combined independent expenditures from pro-Israeli groups, donors, and small affiliates, 15.5. Yo, this is crazy. That makes the pro-Israeli groups for his competitor the biggest in this primary. I mean, for his opponent. That means they were more interested. Israel was more interested in this election than Americans. When you look at the money, that is fucking crazy. That is fucking crazy. That is now let me ask you. If you like that idea, if you like that Israel pro PACs spent more money than Americans in this primary, put a 1 in the chat if you like that. Put a 2 in the chat if you think that is really strange. Go ahead. I want to know what your opinion is since you're in the chat. Let me see. Let's see who thinks that's normal. I just want to see who the stooges are. You know, that's all I want to know. Like, go ahead, let yourself out. You in the chat. The chat is open. Speak up. Everybody. Come on. Carlos, Nini. Yeah, Massey's out. Everybody. Mark. Who else? I don't know where the rest of them at. Lou said 2. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Mark, that's not. See, so Mark, are you saying you a stooge? Because I said one or two. I didn't say anything else. Don't be ambiguous. I don't care about that. I don't care what you think. I want to know only about this one thing. Okay? You can't be in my chat saying whatever the hell you want, and then I can't ask you a question. Marco, if you either answer the question or I'm going to time you out. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that's okay. Put a 2 in the chat if you think that's strange. Simple. Anything else doesn't count. Okay? That's not how we play the game here. And you're only going to have 30 seconds left. You better not make any more comments, Marco. Like, Mark. Seriously, like. This is ridiculous. You see how this bullshit is? Look, they are the same. No, they not the same. As a matter of fact, did you just say they were the same?
Shut the fuck up.
Okay. So now we're going to have to get his ass out of here because that's not true. That's a goddamn lie. Okay. So 30-minute punishment for his punk ass. Okay. Stop being in the chat line. Yeah. Double 2. No, I'm naming. Double 2. Yeah. I'm going to put a triple 2 up in this joint, man. Shit. How is it possible that you have an election in broke ass Kentucky where there's only 4 states that got more poor people in the U.S. than Kentucky? Only 4 states got more poor people than Kentucky, and AIPAC spent more money in this primary than fucking Americans, than American PACs. What does that tell you? It either tells you Americans don't give a shit about Kentucky, or is it because Israel doesn't? What the fuck? They only want to vote to keep the money going to Israel. They don't give a fuck if you broke in Kentucky. They're not advocating for nothing in Kentucky other than make sure your representative sends us some weapons. And this is embarrassing for Americans. This is the perfect example of why PAC money is bullshit. Listen, do you think Denmark allows this kind of fucking PAC money? No, they see this shit as an invasion on their sovereignty. Most nations would. Why the fuck do Americans go for this? And you got the nerve to not like somebody else? Look, you see how Americans don't like somebody else? They always don't like another American. What the fuck are you talking about? You got the nerve to not like other Americans. You're not fucking interested in America. They're not interested in America. You can see it. The pro-Israeli lobbies outspent the American lobbies in Kentucky in this primary. Man. You can't make this shit up, bro. This is real. It's embarrassing. It's sad. That's weird. Aztec, I don't know what the hell is wrong with you, but that's a different Aztec. All right, well, everybody, here's a traitor. The name is Aztec 420. No, I'm joking. Why you put 1? You were supposed to put 2, Aztec. What the hell's wrong with you? Let me see here. Yeah, I don't understand it. 2 means you think it's strange as shit. And 1 means you like the fact that Israel's PAC spent more money in Kentucky than any other PAC, any American PAC. That is crazy. Yeah, Aztec wasn't listening. I don't know. It's all good. That is crazy. And this is broke ass Kentucky for you. And these are their voters. These voters. I mean, you just have to say it's stupid. It's stupid. It's pure and it's treasonous. Like, you guys don't give a fuck about the U.S., man. Nobody cared about that election except Israel. Wow. That is amazing. That's fucking amazing. Okay, let's hear some more of this shit. Let's see. Do they have something more to say? I'm curious about that. I'm not even sure, but let's see. Let's see if they saying more in some of the other legacy media. I'm not really sure. I want to hear Massey. He made some sort of speech, so let's see if they have that here.
We have a projection to make in Kentucky. CNN can now project that Ed Gallrein will win the Republican primary against Thomas Massey for the 4th congressional district in Kentucky. Harry, this call came a lot earlier than pretty much anybody had thought it might come, and it certainly came a lot earlier than it has in prior.
Yeah, Nina says, peace. Nina's piece says, are they going to do this in the other states? Yeah. Let's find out. That should be very interesting to find out. Like, who's spending the money in the primaries? Obviously, American PACs was like, it's not as important to us as it is to Israel. Like, straight up. That's crazy. And it makes sense because there's only 4 states that has more poor people in it than Kentucky. So let's just be clear. This makes a whole lot of sense. Nobody gives a fuck about Kentucky, like not in the United States, and yeah, it's just really weird, man. I'm glad. I'm happy I don't come from Kentucky. What the fuck? I'm happy. I'm sorry. You can claim all the pride you want. When you vote stupid, there's nothing bright about voting stupid. There's nothing good about this. There's nothing good about that. How can a foreign lobby spend more money in your state in a primary than fucking Americans? People that just advocate for American shit, I mean. That's weird. That's weird. So it tells me that maybe, I don't know, something just doesn't sound right. I would never understand it. But
prior years when there have been primaries in Kentucky. You, however, were not surprised.
I wasn't surprised. I wasn't surprised at all because the bottom line is this. Donald Trump is the general of the Republican Party, and the Republican primary voters are his soldiers. And if you look at Thomas Massey, you can see it very clearly. You look in 2020, 2022, 2024, he was getting 75%, upwards of 81% of the primary vote in 2020. And today, he gets less than 50% of the vote. That's the story.
That is incredible because you look at it so consistent time after time after time, and then, wow, look
Boom.
at tonight.
Scott Jennings, you're know Kentucky well. Surprised at all?
No, not surprised. I actually live in the 4th congressional district, so I've been on the receiving end of all this mail and TV ads and text messages.
Oh, this makes perfect sense. So this is Scott Jennings' motherfucking state? No wonder. This guy is the worst. Like, you know what the scoop is on him? The scoop is, and not that this is really a big deal, but he plays like he's a conservative Christian man that has a wife, right? That's happily married and all of this shit. But the scoop on him is that he's on the down low. He sneaks out to male gay bars, and they got pictures of him allegedly slobbing down some man. Like, I'm don't get me wrong. If that's what you do, that's what you do. I'm like Eddie Murphy. I'm like, have a Coke and a smile. You do you. I'm going to do me. I'm going to go have a beer. What you going to do? Okay. You going to do that? Okay. See you later then. But Scott Jennings, he's supposed to be the conservative Christian dude. And Scott Jennings, and they saying that dude is on the down low. Like, he's phony. The guy is phony, man. And listen, he's on the pay. He takes money for what he says. And to lead these people to poverty, he takes money to do it. Like, that's crazy, right? That is crazy. I mean, but this is what it looks like. This is what the sellouts look like. Straight up. This guy doesn't even try to act serious. He can't even hold his smile back. Look at this. Hold on. Let me blow this. Look at this fucking dumbass smile here. He's smiling because he knows he's full of shit when he's talking. And he's selling these people down to the poverty, just down to poverty, man. They're going to be broke. They're going to stay broke listening to his ass because they're not smart enough to be able to read between the lines and the lies. This guy is selling Kentucky. He's from Kentucky. That makes a whole lot of sense now. It makes a whole lot of sense. Kentucky, it's only 4 other states that got more poverty than Kentucky, and he's bragging about it. And happy ass conservative. Yeah, great. There you go.
And the money really did pour in. It was the most expensive U.S. House primary in American history. And money came in from all corners of the Republican Party and the conservative movement to defeat Thomas Massey.
You hear him leave out AIPAC? You hear that? How convenient that was? That's so funny. It came in from all, because he's trying to lie, trying to make it seem like this was an American. Yo, man. Yo, this is bullshit. These guys Republicans relied on AIPAC, a foreign lobby, a lobby that their main goal is is to be pro-Israel. That's all they care about. That's the one thing they do. And listen to how he described it. AIPAC spent more money than American lobbies for the United States domestic policy. AIPAC spent more money than they did.
No Kentucky well, surprised at all?
No, not surprised. I actually live in the 4th Congressional District, so I've been on the receiving end of all this mail and TV ads and text messages, and the money really did pour in. It was the most expensive U.S. House primary in American history. And money came in from all corners of the Republican Party and the conservative movement to defeat Thomas Massey. Now, they followed the president's lead on this. You know, what's the old song? You don't tug on Superman's cape, you don't spit into the wind, you don't pull the mask off the old Lone Ranger, and you don't mess around with Trump in a Republican.
So this is where they kind of fused in MAGA, Trump and Republican money with Israel money, and they punished the guy who wrote the discharge petition for the Epstein files. So you just lost the dude. Without him, you wouldn't have seen any of the rest of these Epstein files. Let me see something. Somebody said something about. Let me see. Rafika said Scott. Scott Jennings is married. It is a Christian, and it is come out he's on the down low like the Republican Mike Grinder. Yeah, well, you said something about you don't really care if he's gay, right? Yeah, I don't care either. Somebody said, well, that's cool. You know, I've never heard whether he's straight or gay, anything. What does it matter, dude? It's just a slander shit. Somebody and people like you said, well, it shouldn't matter. No, I'm not saying that it is slander. I don't have proof that that's slander, because this is what happens. Usually when it is slander, you actually sue somebody for slander. So it's not slander. So you should rethink that one. And just like a lot of the statements people make about Trump, he doesn't sue. If you just pay attention, why you have to ask, why is he not suing? Yeah, there you have it. But I don't give a shit if he's gay, but I think the idea about being phony, that's important, and so my whole thing is like, nah, man, you ain't gonna play this Christian conservative shit on TV and then even advocating for laws against gay people, and then your ass is gay. You see what I mean? That's what I'm talking about. That's where I find the bullshit at. The hypocrisy. The hypocrisy is troubling. You see what I'm saying? So that's all I'm saying. So it doesn't matter that it's hypocrisy over being gay. It could be hypocrisy over anything to me, and I would find that as a problem. That's what I'm saying. So yeah, it's hypocritical, man. Come on. It's I didn't say it was fact, but it's also not slander. See, because slander has not been proven. You see what I mean? Slander is something you sue over, and then it's slander when you prove that it's slander. So you might be able to say it's hearsay. You can't say it's not a fact though either. You could just say it's hearsay, and me too. And then that's what I heard. That's what I just said. You see what I mean? How people try to get people. You have to process information in the proper way. And utilizing the correct words is how you do it, because you can undervalue or overvalue something just by assigning it the incorrect term. Okay. You don't know if it's not a fact, so you can't say it's not a fact. What you know is that it's hearsay, right? You don't know that it's slander either. You just know that it's hearsay. And me too. That's why I said the word is. You know what I'm saying? They saying they have pictures of his ass. As a matter of fact, let me see here. Did the person who outed Scott Jennings by saying they have pictures of him kissing a man at a gay bar? I mean, it's just very simple. You know, is he shutting him up because this dude went out in public? You know, so maybe it is. Let's check it out. Keith Edwards said this shit. I don't think it's only Keith Edwards. It comes from somebody else. On April 2026, let's pull it out. Maybe it is. Let's take a look. Let's see what they say about it. Let's see what's out there, right? April 2026, published. I saw one of these Keith Edwards episodes, but it wasn't just Keith Edwards. It's someone else who's making the allegation, saying that they know they know Scott Jennings, and from him coming to this bar, and that person that outed him is a gay person and that frequents that bar, and they with other people, and they have pictures of him allegedly, and other shit. Now let's check this out. Maybe even text messages from his phone. On April 2026, Edwards published an episode of his show titled "Scott Jennings Caught at Gay Bar," which set off. You see what I'm saying? Like, you're not suing anybody. You're not calling defamation. I haven't heard Scott Jennings called defamation once. Defamation's a strong term. Scott Jennings caught at a gay bar, which set off widespread discussion and speculation across social media platforms like X, formerly Twitter. Despite the viral nature of the claim, the internet rumor did not result in a career-ending scandal or verification of the alleged photos. Jennings, who remained highly visible conservative strategist, Salem media host, and CNN contributor, did not face any professional fallout. And the outed rumor largely circulated as hyper-partisan online media. So Scott Jennings not suing anybody for defamation. He's not suing anybody for lying. You know, what did they claim they had seen? Let's see here. Is it text messages or photos or both or more? I'm just curious. Yeah. I mean, you just got to be real. I don't think he would say anything if it's real, because saying something only brings more attention to it. You know, so that's it. Usually if it's true, you wouldn't say anything about it. It's very simple, because if it was a lie, you would. Because obviously that would be defamation, right? If you're lying, right? But it's not defamation if you're telling the truth. So the viral claim pushed by Keith Edwards and amplified on social media exclusively on photos, firsthand visual accounts, rather than text. What? Okay. Rather than text messages and other forms of the narrative built around the core claim, it was asserted that Scott Jennings had been spotted photographed at a specific gay bar. There it is. The alleged content rumors specifically claim that photos exist showing him engaging in affectionate behavior, kissing another man inside of a venue. The contextual argument, the focus of the commentary surrounded the rumor wasn't on digital text exchanges, but rather on alleged hypocrisy of prominent conservative figures being sent out in the public at an LGBTQ establishment while publicly backing traditional conservatives. Yeah, despite the heavy emphasis on existence of these alleged photos to drive clicks, the video views no such photos were ever publicly released, verified, or published by reputable media outlets. The entire narrative remained confined to the speculative political commentary and unverified social media. So is it defamation or a fact that these images do not exist? Very simple. Very simple. You would have heard about it if Scott Jennings was suing somebody for defamation. Whether this constitutes defamation, libel, slander, because that's what defamation is, libel, slander. In a legal sense or a fact that the images do not exist requires looking at how the law defines these terms versus what has actually been proven. Here's how the situation breaks down. Is it a fact that these images do not exist? As of right now, yes, for all public intents and purposes, it is a functional fact that these images do not exist. Functional fact. You see that? So that's the operative term there. Functional fact. That means if a person has these images, they didn't share them with you. Right? In journalism and public verification, the burden of proof lies on the person making a claim, because Keith Edwards and various internet commentators have repeatedly claimed these photographs exist, but have never produced, published, or leaked them. There is zero evidence to support the claim. In the absence of any evidence, the claim that images exist is treated as false. Okay. Now, let me see here. It says, is it defamation? Whether this legally crosses the line into defamation is a much more complicated legal question. For a statement to be legally classified as defamation in the United States, it has to meet a very specific criteria, especially when it involves public figures like Scott Jennings is a prominent political commentator. He is considered a public figure. Under U.S. law, specifically the landmark Supreme Court case Times Co. versus Sullivan, public figures face incredibly high bar when defamation lawsuits. To prove defamation, Jennings' legal team would have to prove three things. Falsehood. The statement made about him was entirely false. Has he proven that? Harm. The statement caused actual measurable harm to his reputation, livelihood, or finances, getting him fired or costing him contracts. Okay? That hasn't happened. Actual malice. This is the hardest part. They would have to prove that Keith Edwards knew the photos didn't exist and lied anyway, or acted with reckless regard for the truth just to damage Jennings. Okay, why the defamation lawsuit is unlikely. The gay bar threshold. Legally claiming someone went to a gay bar or is gay is increasingly rejected by modern courts as inherently defamatory. Yeah, that's not defamatory. He can go to a gay bar anytime he wants, man. What's wrong with that? Or damaging to the person's reputation. Yeah, what's damaging about that? Unless you're a conservative who supports a party that's running around every day, let me see, saying things like, that is ungodly. We've had to hear that a lot from MAGA people often, right? I mean, isn't that right? Isn't Scott Jennings supporting MAGA? Isn't that his team? I mean, you never heard MAGA say things very different like that? You never heard it? Well, let's check it out. Here they go. This is what they say. Here.
You get that right. I ain't gay and I ain't got nothing to do with it, okay? Don't ask me.
No, but I thought you're saying he's forcing you. He's forcing you to be gay, or he's forcing you to be what's he forcing?
The whole party is forcing their lifestyle over onto us. Period.
Nobody's forcing you to be gay. It's just so people can live the life how they want to live without persecution.
They are putting in schools, in our education for our children, okay?
Yeah.
That it's okay to be that way, and it's not. But it's ungodly. Period.
But you're saying like
period. There's no answer. There's no more question to that. Period.
Because in Leviticus,
it's ungodly, friend.
Okay. So in the Bible, in Leviticus, it says, if a man lays with a man, he should be put to death.
Also, you be careful. Okay.
Also in Leviticus,
we're going to go to eternity, and we're going to answer for all this right here.
I look forward to it. Also in Leviticus, it says,
I think this is pretty simple to understand. You know, let's just be honest. MAGA has run on this platform of anti-LGBTQ. This is the reason why the interest in Scott Jennings exists in this specific context, being a quote unquote conservative, right? Who actually is pretty much anti-Islamic, right? Claims to be a Christian conservative. right? I mean, doesn't he claim that? Let's see. I don't know. Let's see. Does Scott Jennings promote Christian conservatism? I'm curious. I don't really know, but I know they use him this way. You know, he's arguing often for it says, yes, while Scott Jennings is widely recognized for his pragmatic establishment style Republican analysis, he explicitly roots his political philosophy in Christian conservatism and the preservation of Judy Christian values. What is Judy? I thought it was judo. Judy Christian values. Right. So rather than focusing strictly on culture, war issues that define some corners of the religious right, Jennings frames his faith as political belief around the concept of defending Western civilization. His promotion of Christian conservatism is reflected across his public platforms in several ways. So this is why it's particularly interesting, because it is a known fact that MAGA says stuff like this. They have these views largely, and it's not a new conversation.
Why are you forcing your lifestyle over on me?
Who's forcing you to be gay?
Joe Biden and his crew.
Joe Biden's forcing you to be gay?
No, not forcing me. Make sure you get that right. I ain't gay and ain't got nothing to do with it, okay? Don't ask me.
You see? So he's totally offended. That shit is crazy, man. He's totally offended by it. And this is what MAGA ran on. You can't pretend. You can't pretend. This is what they ran on. The evidence is there. But the claim from the left is that MAGA Mike Johnson is on the down low, got a Grindr account. That's one of the claims that came out. The other claim is that Scott Jennings frequents gay male bars. And it got pictures of him kissing men. Why he didn't sue anybody? Why didn't he sue Keith Edwards for defamation? I'm curious about that. If I was him, I would have sued his ass. I don't understand. What is it? What is it? Why not sue unless you think, aha, there might be a picture? I mean, Keith Edwards said there's. Let me see something. I'm sorry. Where did Keith Edwards quote? Let me see here. Quote any person's own information claiming to have these photos? If so, give me the link. I mean, you know, I'm sorry to stop on this, but you have to understand this. This is the point. The point is not whether he's gay. The point is whether he's a hypocrite. And it just happens that it could be he's a hypocrite about this topic. You see what I mean? And that's very important because that's a very big topic. Anti-LGBTQ is huge for MAGA people. That's that's huge for the MAGA platform. That's MAGA 101. You see? Let's see here. Hold on. Oh, shit. Sorry. What's going on here? Hold on.
Looking to skyrocket your YouTube.
All right,
Why are you forcing your lifestyle over on me?
Who's forcing you to be gay?
Joe Biden and his crew.
Yeah, so that was basically it, you know. They won an election on that, too. Joe Biden and his crew. There's a very important distinction to make about what Keith Edwards actually did in his broadcast. Edwards did not quote or cite and name a source, eyewitness account, or any individual verified, claiming to possess physical photographs. Instead, he framed his episode around widespread unverified chatter and screenshots circulating across liberal and progressive. So, right, rather than breaking investigation news stories back. Right, that's what I'm saying. So where's the link? Where's the link? Here it is. Where is this the link? No. Yeah, I don't understand why they don't actually, you know, why Gemini doesn't know what he showed. I watched the episode. He showed some screenshots of someone else saying it. So I'm not really sure what that's about, but why it doesn't just pop up here. Yeah, maybe Gemini needs some reminding and shit, you know. But this is
Scott Jennings gay?
Here.
Is Scott Jennings a homosexual? Does Scott Jennings enjoy doing things with other men in places? Is Scott Jennings gay? Well, I don't know. But someone on the internet who says they know Scott Jennings quite well.
You see, someone on the internet who says they know Scott Jennings. Here.
In places. Is Scott Jennings gay? Well, I don't know. But someone on the internet who says they know Scott Jennings quite well says that he is.
There you have it. Somebody says it.
And this all kicked off because Scott Jennings wrote in a reply to.
Here we go. All right, so let me pull this up on the other screen real quick. I know this is a little segue, but there's a lot of people that don't know about this. They never heard this, heard that Scott Jennings might be gay, or anything to that matter, or even heard anything about the conversation regarding conservative elected officials claiming to be Christians who are on the down low. There's a lot of people that never heard this topic before, right? So let me just pull back over here. And let me see if I can get that up on the screen on this side. Yeah, here we go. Let's pull this up over here. And then here a little bit.
Is Scott Jennings gay? Is Scott Jennings a homosexual?
Right. Here we go. Come on.
Does Scott Jennings enjoy doing things with other men in places? Is Scott Jennings gay? Well, I don't know. But someone on the internet who says they know Scott Jennings quite well says that he is.
If Joe Biden is making you gay, then you're already gay. That's really what it is. I just don't understand people. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is, man.
And this all kicked off because Scott Jennings wrote in a reply to Chris Murphy, who said it's awesome that 26 Iranian Shadow Fleet vessels bypassed U.S. blockades. Scott Jennings said, "Year of our Lord 2026, Democrat U.S. Senator." It's democratic. It's an adjective. Democratic U.S. Senator openly rooting for Iran to defeat the U.S. in battle. Every Dem on the Hill ought to be hounded today by every reporter to answer for this lunatic. I mean, okay, anyways, so I don't know why this is a thing that set off this gentleman who made all these allegations, but this was the thing that set him off. Chef Joe Guerra lives in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and...
All right, you see that, right? So here he is. This is the guy who's saying it right here. And what network is he saying this on? And Scott Jennings, oh my God, this is crazy.
And wrote a series of tweets that allege
it's on X. It's on X.
That Scott Jennings knows him from his Broadway performing days in New York City, and says the following. "Hi, Scott. You may not remember me from my Broadway performing days in NYC, but you're being a complete lying asshole. So here it is. Scott Jennings swings both ways. Not that."
There it is. The dude tweeted it himself, and he's saying he knows Scott Jennings from back when. This is his own words. Chef Joe Guerra is saying that. So, yeah.
New York City, and says the following. "Hi, Scott. You may not remember me from my Broadway performing days in NYC, but you're being a complete lying asshole. So here it is. Scott Jennings swings both ways. Not that I care who gives a shit, but he's lied about this since 2009, and there are at least 100 photos of him at Fire Island bars from back in the day. At Adam Mockler, I love that Adam's being brought into it. At Adam Mockler, ask him about this on CNN next time." And then he goes on to say, "Scott Jennings is a liar. He was a liberal Republican and hitched his wagon to his orange master because Trump blackmailed him, and there's money there. If you want to know how Trump gets away with shit, just ask anyone who performed in the arts between 2002 2010 in New York City. He blackmails everyone. Good news, Scott. Now it's out there, so you can be honest." All right, we're going to keep reading these series of tweets, but...
So, I mean, that's what actually happened. It's someone else who tweeted this. about Scott Jennings, and they claim to know Scott Jennings. I don't claim to know Scott Jennings. I never met the motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? I never met Scott Jennings. I don't even know. I mean, and he's whack. If I met Scott Jennings, I would be dissing him every fucking day after to everyone else that I ran into on the street. You know, I would be like, man, do you know I ran into that bitch motherfucker named Scott Jennings? Everybody would be like, yeah, man, that motherfucker is not cool at all, man. Yeah, he's whack, man. You know what I'm saying? But, so I don't know Scott Jennings. But this is the shit they saying about people that allegedly know him. The man said, did you see Scott Jennings come out and say, I don't know this man? Why would you believe Scott Jennings doesn't know this man if Scott Jennings never said he doesn't know this man? This is crazy. But again, Scott Jennings, think about this. This is the plot. Scott Jennings is from Kentucky. He lives in Kentucky. That's his district. One of his districts in Kentucky. The Israel PAC, pro-Israel lobby, spent more money in the primary with Macy to kick him out than American PACs spent in that primary. And that's Scott Jennings' state. And on top of that, because that's also totally hypocritical, you know, to have an Israeli PAC more interested in Kentucky than fucking American PACs are. That's very telling. But that's Scott Jennings' state. These are the people he's leading with his hypocrite shit. But the fact is that he's a total hypocrite. And these people, he's a right wing talking person, talking head for MAGA people. Yo, man, what is going on? What is going on? You can't get better than that. You can't get better than that. Like, what the fuck? This is, I'm sorry, but this is low. These standards are low. These are low. You can't get anywhere with these standards. You are set up to fail with these standards. Like, straight up. I'm just saying.
I will say, if there's anyone in the Broadway community from 2002 to 2010 that would like to shed some light on this information, there is an email address below, keithsdebateclub@gmail.com. Send your tips, send your pictures, send your videos. If you got stuff.
They say they got hundreds of pictures of Scott Jennings. Not one or two, hundreds. And, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. But in any case, that's enough. I mean, there it is. So don't think I'm crazy. Don't think I care. I don't give a shit what somebody does. I'm a person who's, when it comes to your rights over your own body, I am anti-slavery. That means nobody can tell you what you can do with your own fucking body. Like, that's my take on it. Never again. No woman should be told what to do with her body. No person should be told what they can do with their own goddamn body. That's called freedom. So that's my position on it. And I don't interfere with other people. Now, you know, it doesn't mean at the same time that I don't choose the company I like to be around. But at the same time, I'm not trying to be around heterosexual people having sex in front of me. Getting too graphic in front of me. I'm going to depart and mind my business. Let people have their own privacy. You see what I'm saying? So this is really not an issue for me, pretty much. But you know, it is foul. It's foul. I think just hypocrisy at its best. You know, so Americans need to be on guard about this shit. This is not cool. I don't think there's anything cool about it.
We have a projection to make
but
in Kentucky.
Case,
CNN can now project that Ed Galbraith will win the Republican primary.
This is Scott Jennings' state. This is what he's all about. Scott Jennings is here. AIPAC won. AIPAC got fucking Macy out of there. The guy who Massey is the guy who wrote the discharge petition for the Epstein files that needed 218 signatures. You know, that discharge petition that people had to wait months before they had 218 people sign it. That was a very important petition in U.S. history. You would not be seeing any more of the Epstein files if that didn't happen. You see what I mean? That's the guy. And now he has lost. He's been out. He's outed. You know, more Israel PAC, number one PAC that spent money getting him out. They spent more money getting him out than even American PACs. And that's really a thing. And this is Scott Jennings' state. Scott Jennings here. So let's hear from Scott Jennings again.
House leadership.
This is Scott Jennings, boy. Woo! He's going to sell his conservative talking points to everybody now, you know, and he's going to basically neglect to mention Israel spent more money. I mean, AIPAC and pro-Israel lobby spent more money than Americans. He's going to neglect to state that. Listen to this. This is why I say you can't trust the CNN. Look, this is crazy. Listen to what this man says. It's sad. This is America. This is America right now.
Oh, surprised at all?
No, not surprised. I actually live in the 4th Congressional District, so I've been on the receiving end of all this mail.
You see? He actually lives in the 4th Congressional District of Kentucky. So they got his ass out here.
No, not surprised. I actually live in the 4th Congressional District, so I've been on the receiving end of all this mail and TV ads and text messages, and the money really did pour in. It was the most expensive U.S. House primary in American history. And money came in from all corners of the Republican Party and the conservative movement to defeat Thomas Massie. They follow the president's lead on
and,
this. You know, what's the old song? You don't touch.
And from all corners of the Israeli lobby, I mean, which spent more money than everybody. Any other, you know, this is bullshit. Yo, this is bullshit, and this is this guy right here. This is what they want. This is the best Kentucky got.
Hug on Superman's cape. You don't spit into the wind. You don't pull the mask off the old Lone Ranger, and you don't mess around with Trump in a Republican primary. And that's what Thomas Massie has done by becoming his chief antagonist in the U.S. House. And this became really a referendum on, is Thomas Massie on the team or not? And Trump said he wasn't, and the voters followed.
Alyssa, I mean, you said he was kind of MAGA before MAGA.
Yeah, when I worked for the Freedom Caucus, he was actually too right to be part of the Freedom Caucus. He kind of marches to the beat of his own drum. He's more libertarian than anything. And this is someone who voted with Trump about 89% of the time, doesn't vote for continuing resolutions, often votes against government funding bills and foreign aid. But the real issue here, we have to say, is Jeffrey Epstein. It's the Epstein files. Thomas Massie was one of the leading voices with about accountability around Epstein.
And the Israeli PAC just shut him out for that. Peep game. And Scott Jennings is capping for that. And Scott Jennings is in Kentucky. He's a Kentucky resident and Kentucky is only 4 states with more poor people in it than Kentucky. AIPAC spent more money in this primary than any American PACs. Not AIPAC alone, but pro-Israel lobby spent more money than any American PACs. You see how weak this is?
But the real issue here, we have to say, is Jeffrey Epstein. It's the Epstein files. Thomas Massie was one of the leading voices with Ro Khanna about accountability around Epstein, sticking it to the Justice Department. And that's why this happened. I mean, House leadership has supported him in the past, despite him being a bit of a pain at times. This was really over Epstein accountability. But to Scott's point, the base of the party is still with Trump, even with Epstein looming large.
I somewhat disagree. The key vote that House leadership turned on him over was the big, beautiful bill. I mean, the working
House
families
leadership, but
tax
the president.
Credit. Well, but that's the president's domestic policy agenda, and you cannot become an apostate on 2 issues in a Republican primary: taxes and immigration. Massie voted against Trump's immigration security. He voted against Trump's tax cuts. So when you become a chief antagonist, when you're voting with the squad against Donald Trump's domestic policy agenda, it's not Epstein.
But that's
it's
because he was against raising the national.
You see how he tried to flip the script? He tried to put it back on the domestic part, away from Epstein, away from pro-Israel PACs. But the truth is that you saw it. The pro-Israel PACs were more interested in getting Massie out than even the American PACs. That is the facts of it here in Kentucky. And Scott Jennings, you could see he obviously gets paid to say this stuff. You see what I mean? Like, so.
Tax cuts. So when you become a chief antagonist, when you're voting with the squad against Donald Trump's domestic policy agenda, it's not Epstein.
But that's
it's
because he was against raising the national debt, which used to be a Republican topic.
Chief antagonist. When you're voting with the squad against Donald Trump's domestic policy agenda, it's not Epstein.
But that's
you see that? So they have him out there to say it's not Epstein. It's not Epstein. It's not Epstein, huh? That's interesting because you managed to get rid of the person who wrote the discharge petition himself, Massey. What was that, an accident? Are you saying you like that he did that? Are they saying that that the pro-Israel PACs like that he did that discharge petition? I mean, I'm sorry. Fuck what you heard. Don't listen to what people say. Listen to, only point out where the data points, look at the data points only. Epstein is essentially people are saying that he is a Mossad agent, that he was spying and blackmailing people and giving the information to Mossad and Russia. That's what people have said. That's what's being alleged. That's what's also being shown, his contacts to Mossad in the Epstein files. That is what was shown. Israeli PAC spends more money than anyone else outing him. Massey, who is the person who wrote the discharge petition. Those are the facts. Those are just the facts. You don't have to listen to what someone thinks or you don't have to wonder about the rest. The facts are the facts, and this is America. This is America. I sent Massey $10 yesterday because I was like, wait a second, they spending this much money trying to get this. Oh, well, fuck that. I'm not even a Republican. But I do believe our country shouldn't have spies. I do believe Israel shouldn't be spying on our elected officials. I do believe there shouldn't be any blackmail of our officials. You see what I mean? I do believe that there shouldn't be any Mossad operations where people, citizens and residents are being harmed. People shouldn't die. And yet, some people think it's okay, especially in Kentucky. They're not worried about being broke. Israel has universal health care and education for all their citizens. Kentucky doesn't. Who got more people, Kentucky or Israel? Somebody came in the chat yesterday and said you can't compare Denmark to the United States of America. People say that because they know I'm an American citizen who lives in Denmark. So this is the new phony point. But I'm not comparing it to Denmark. I'm comparing the United States to the entire fucking Western world. The United States is the only goddamn Western country that doesn't have universal education and health care. If not, it's only one or two that don't. So it doesn't matter which Western country you really compare it to. Every other Western country has more secure health care and education for their citizens. So it's not just about that. And then what is the problem? You got just as many people paying into the tax system as you do everywhere else. So maybe even more. So what is the problem? What's the problem with it? It's not a mathematical problem. It's an ethics and morals problem. Americans basically don't feel like, every other American should have a fair shake. And they vote that way. And Kentucky's a primary example. And this is a fucking primary example, too. This dumb kind of shit right here.
Biden's forcing you to be gay?
No, not forcing me. Make sure you get that right. I ain't gay and I ain't got nothing to do with it, okay? Okay. Don't ask me.
No, but I thought you're saying
this is what they was voting for and shit. Don't you say that about me. I ain't gay. I ain't gay now. So look at his face, too. He's real serious about that, too. He is fucking serious. That's what they're concerned about. In any case, let's see what Massey have to say. I'm sure he said a few things. Let's see here. Did Massey say some shit? Come on, Massey. Let's see what Massey got to say. Yeah, y'all. Americans, please, take control of your elections. Do not celebrate and do not reward people that don't take domestic policy serious. If there's PACs spending money, make sure that those PACs are interested in domestic policy in the U.S. first, right? Whatever happened to America first? Whatever happened to that with Trump and them? That's what amazes me. That whole America first thing just disappeared right out from MAGA. They started off saying America first. nothing's been America first. You know, the first people to get their civil rights taken from them, Americans. First people to have their elections fucked with, Americans. You know, First Amendment rights, Second Amendment rights. You can't go to a demonstration with a gun if you live in Minnesota. You see what I mean? Like, come on, what is this? You know, but you can take your ass to Washington D.C. with a gun on January 6th. Okay, you know. But in any case, let's hear what Massey got to say.
Both about what we've just projected, this highly watched, highly anticipated primary in Kentucky's 4th congressional district.
Actually, this is the White House's response. Sorry about that.
Well, Major, I can say that the administration, the Trump administration, Trump allies are celebrating this. I want to read you a tweet or a post on X from Stephen Chung, the communications director at the White House. And I'm going to paraphrase here because he uses an expletive, but he says, "Do not ever doubt President Trump and his political power. F around and find out." This is another incumbent this week that we have seen that crossed the president and has now paid a political price for it. But Major, I want to talk a little bit about Thomas Massey as a congressman. Nicole and I cover Congress. Whenever friends or family ask me, who are some of the more interesting members of Congress? Who kind of stands out? And my answer is always goes back to Thomas Massey. He is someone, we are in such a political, in an era where everything is tribal. Politics is so tribal. You rarely have anybody standing out from their party leadership.
I think Republicans are very tribal. I think they're way more tribal than Democrats are. You know, Democrats are having a conversation about AIPAC. You know, it may not, everyone may not agree with each other, but they're having a conversation. Republicans aren't. None of these Republican representatives are having that conversation. Only Massey, you know, and I think that there's a bit of a difference there, you know, but yeah, nonetheless, I don't understand this, you know. Typically, it is Republicans that are more tribal. Typically, it is the Democrats always trying to reach out to Republicans, typically in the United States of America, you know, and but Republicans are very tribal because, look, this is what backs it up. I mean, they focus on things that you really have to wonder, why do they do it? You know, they're not focused on when they think of domestic policy, they don't think of what do you get for your tax dollars. That's not a Republican idea. Their shit is purely international, what you do with the tax dollars. None of it is domestic. None of it, you know, and so they call things routinely like healthcare and education. They call that welfare. They look down on it. They look down on taxpayer money being sent to lift up the poor and the middle class. Republicans look down on that idea routinely. So, and it's tribal why they do it. I don't know why they do. They get into some things like, well, my granddaddy came here and nobody helped him. He pulled his pants up all by himself. It's like, wow, man, that's all you know about American history? You don't know anything else about American history? You know, that's like, you don't know anything else about the Western world? Think about how Scott Jennings, the guy who just talked shit about Massey, think about how his profile reads, his own bio. His bio reads like this. He sees himself as, look at this, Scott Jennings is widely recognized for his pragmatic establishment-style Republican analysis. He explicitly roots his political philosophy in Christian conservatism and the preservation of Judeo-Christian values. Rather than focusing strictly on the culture war issues that define some corners of the religious right, Jennings frames his high faith and political beliefs around the concept of defending Western civilization. So why is it that every other Western country has universal health care and universal education? Isn't that part of Western civilization? But if you ask Scott Jennings, he would say no. If you ask Republicans, they will say universal education and universal health care is not a part of Western civilization at all. In fact, they will say that's the enemy of Western civilization. That's what this party preaches in the United States of America. That's what they preach. So I don't know what she's talking about. We're not both tribal. It's one group that's heavily tribal and heavily, bigoted.
Is one of them, and that separates him from some of these others, like Cassidy, who we saw in Louisiana fall last week, John Cornyn, who may indeed fall next week in his primary, now not endorsed by Trump. Massey has made it his identity, his brand, to stand apart from his party and from the president, even though he votes with him a majority of the time.
Massey voted, and this is another detail, Massey voted with Trump basically 90% of the time. But what did he do wrong? It's that discharge petition with the Epstein files. It's very clear. Where's Marjorie Greene Taylor? It was what she said about the Epstein files. She's gone. And and it just so happens that the Israeli lobby spent more money getting rid of Massey, the guy who wrote the discharge petition for the Epstein files. They spent more money in this primary than any American PAC spent in this primary. Is it a coincidence? Is it a coincidence? Does Israel like what has been released of the Epstein of Mossad's contacts with Jeffrey Epstein? Do they like that information being revealed? I mean, I'm sorry, but Kentucky people didn't even think before they went to the election. They didn't think. It was tribal. It was tribal. They didn't think at all. There's nothing they thought about. They put in the pieces together some other way that is like, not logical and not rational, But fuck what Trump thinks about Massey. Let's just go and hear what Massey said and then get on with the rest of this shit. Yeah. Let's see here. We got about an hour left, so let's get on with it. Let me see. 2 seconds, y'all. Let me know. Are you glad that Massey did wrote up the discharge petition for the release of the Epstein files? The one that needed 218 signatures before a vote could happen on the floor of the Congress. If you're happy about that, put a 1 in the chat. If you're not happy about that, put a 2 in the chat. Everybody, the chat is open, so everybody must reply or you're going to be out of the chat for the rest of the program. Put a 1 in the chat. If, damn, what did I say? All right, let me say it again. Put a 1 in the chat if you are happy that Massey wrote the discharge petition, right, for the release of the Epstein files. But you got to, Marco, but you got to participate in the questions. That's the price you pay. So, no, there's debate, but you have to be part of the debate. And so right now, when you ignore the question and don't answer it, you're not actually part of the program. You're doing something else. So as a matter of fact, no time to waste, because everybody understands that. He's been in the chat. I bet he didn't even subscribe. It's like, come on, you don't have no debate. Did you just subscribe? You don't have no debate. Do you ever answer the questions since the chat is open? What part do you cooperate in? If you want to have a conversation, you want it to be a one-sided conversation where you only get to say stuff and I don't get to ask you nothing. So, yeah, there you go. Come back in 30 minutes, man. Come back in 30 minutes. You know what I'm saying? How about that? Next time, maybe you'll just answer the damn question. Or guess what else?
Or, here's another idea that's going to be very controversial. You could shut the fuck up.
You could also do that too. I mean, if you don't like it my way, take it Dave Chappelle's way. It's a really controversial idea. You could shut the fuck up, okay? Massey. Massey.
All right. Listen, I would have come out sooner, but I had to call my opponent and concede, and it took a while to find Ed Galrein in Tel Aviv.
Yep, that's crazy. Yep.
Call my opponent and concede, and it took a while to find Ed Galrein in Tel Aviv.
But it's facts. AIPAC spent more money in this primary election in Kentucky than the rest of all the American PACs put together. That is crazy. So that was truly an AIPAC primary. That's in Kentucky, the state. There's only 4 states that have more poor people in it than Kentucky. What's AIPAC going to lobby for in Kentucky? What do they care about Kentucky?
I did get the call through, though. I have called and conceded the race. We've been honorable the whole time, and we're going to stay that way. You know, welcome to the most expensive congressional primary ever in the 250-year history of this country. It's not just the most expensive. This thing went on longer than Vietnam. It started 9 months ago, and they didn't even have a candidate, and they decided they want to take me out. I want to start by thanking the volunteers who have put so much effort into this. Some of you came from all across the country. Some of you are homegrown. I love all of you. I see how this is going to work. I'm going to have to not quit talking or you'll start doing it. I want to thank my staff, too. Some of my staff have been with me from the very first race in 2012, and they have done so much. We've never had, contrary to all the BS you've heard, we've never had a single ethics complaint filed against me or my staff in 14 years. I want to thank the donors. Now listen, I'd name them all, but there's 50,000 donors, okay? We didn't lose this race because we didn't have enough money. You know, it is the most expensive race ever. I think when they add it up, right now they can count 35 million. I think when they add it up, it's going to be a lot more than that because on our side, we know we spent more than 15 million. And we were able to go toe-to-toe. There was never a week that we got outspent more than 2-1 in this entire race once it got underway. And
damn, 2-1?
It wasn't just the grassroots donors.
So they get, damn, that's crazy, man.
Long time, one of my longest friends, he went through a rough spell, and I never left him. I always supported him. And he actually started the Super PAC, the one that nobody knows who runs it, Cliff Maloney. If you're around, would you come up here? Maybe I can get him out here to take some credit. Or if he's in the crowd, just pick him up and surf him over here. Cliff. I see, by the way, I see one of my online influencer heroes, Bobby Sauce, over here. There were a lot of surreal moments in this race, and frankly, in being in Congress. But being in a side-by-side, racing through the woods with Bobby Sauce was definitely on my, it wasn't even on my bucket list. It was amazing. So, and getting to that point, I want to thank the influencers who came all this way and produced all the videos. And got out.
Did he run? No. Who are you talking about? Somebody said I didn't know he was an independent. Was that right? Is he an independent? I thought he was a libertarian. But I thought he was running under the yeah. This is the Republican primary. I don't know if y'all talking about him, but this is the Republican primary. So yeah.
The young vote. I want to thank my family. That's who we have arrayed back here. My grandbabies, all three of them.
Republifucks. What's up, Don? Republifucks. That's
she's clapping too.
But this is America, man. I have to say it again, and I don't like to bash people, but it's just to get the facts in, right? The Israeli lobby in the United States spent more money in this primary than all the American PACs put together. That is crazy. In Kentucky, it's only 4 other states that have more poor people in it in the United States than Kentucky. Also, Massey is the man who wrote. He's the one who authored the discharge petition for the Epstein vote on the floor, to bypass MAGA Mike Johnson, because MAGA Mike Johnson was refusing to have a vote on the release of the Epstein files. So what they did as procedure, some of the others in Congress, is they created the discharge petition. Massey wrote it himself, and then they got people to sign it, and it took months before they had enough signatures to bypass the leader of the House, who was blocking the vote. Then they finally got enough. 4 Republicans, the rest Democrats. All Democrats signed it, and they needed, because Democrats are the minority party, so it took them months. Remember, they had people have elections. They had to wait until people won seats to be able to sign it, Democrats. So they had only 4, and Massey is obviously one of the 4, but he wrote the discharge petition. The Israeli PAC essentially outspent the American PACs in Kentucky, and they funded someone against Massey, and Massey lost. So the person who wrote the discharge petition, who championed it pretty much, has been knocked out of his seat. So he won't have a vote on the floor of the Congress. So yeah, that's pathetic. That is the most pathetic happening. Outside of what's going on with the gerrymandering, this is just as concerning. This is like gerrymandering. This is like it. It's not the same concept, but it's still in my view, it still fucks over the election process. It's not good news for American citizens, And again, Americans, we got to get a hold of this level of corruption, essentially. It is detrimental to sovereignty, and it is detrimental to security. It's detrimental to the well-being of the country and the well-being of Americans. I don't know what else to say about it. Massey looks calm, pretty much. Maybe it's because he knows he's there's still a lot of work to do in Kentucky. He knows it's not over. This is not over. Americans are pissed across the country. No bullshit. But it is kind of, I think he knows this is going to backfire. Look at the data. Let's go to some of the data. The data on the Israeli PACs right now is not good. The data on Israel, the polling that's being done is horrible for Israel right now. So, it's not good. And maybe Massey knows that. You see what I mean? But let me flip over and see who else did some reporting on this. Right, on this defeat that Massey took, and just to get an idea of what else is out there. Let me see here. What's Jack talking about? 2 seconds. Also, right, do me a favor, click the like button. If you haven't clicked the like button, click the like button for me. We going through the program kind of slow today, but don't worry. Yesterday was I was like 5 hours on this bad boy yesterday. Yo, but it was a great show yesterday with Friars. Friars hopped up. Man, we got busy. But so listen to that stream from yesterday if you haven't listened to it. But here it is. Here's some more news. This is Independent News Channel. Jack Cocchiarelli. This is his breakdown on the events also. So let's peep that. Let's see a little bit of it at least. Big up to Jack. He's out of D.C. too.
Donald Trump, with the help of 3 Israeli billionaires who Donald Trump said care more about the state of Israel than the United States of America, can buy a congressional seat, especially the congressional seat of a man who has opposed Israel's genocide, who helped get the Epstein files released, and is constantly pushing back on Donald Trump's illegal, unnecessary, and immoral wars. You cannot say we have a democracy if tens of millions of dollars can buy you a congressional seat. But that is what happened tonight. In a very disappointing defeat, Thomas Massie has barely, and that is important, lost his primary election to MAGA, or I should say Trump MAGA challenger, Ed Galrain. We are going to get into how Massie responded to this defeat, what he is saying about why it happened, and what it means for the future of the Republican Party, the future of their ties to Israel, and the future of the Epstein files. But I just want to start with how Marjorie Taylor Greene did this morning, making the case against Donald Trump from the right, and why, to me, this means, even though Massie lost, the fight is not over. Before we get to what Massie said and why it should really scare Donald Trump, unfortunately, we got to start with Marjorie Taylor Greene.
So I just saw a video where President Trump is claiming that Thomas Massie votes for men and women's sports and votes for transing kids and all of this insane garbage, that the president is unfortunately lying about Thomas Massie. And here's a quick story for you guys. I thought this was worth sharing.
Now you see, I just wanted to say, now you see where where I was pointing out, like Scott Jennings and the hypocrisy, MAGA Mike, the hypocrisy, them claiming to be like Christian conservative men, you know, family guys, family values, quote unquote, all of this stuff, being married. He's married, right? Has kids. But it is definitely alleged. They're saying they got hundreds of pictures of him, people out there, of him being at gay bars, some, you know, like multiple, just over a long period of time, right? And there's people that claim to know that he is a double hitter, you know, a swing hitter, both, you know, bisexual. There's people that claim to know that personally on the internet. And again, it's because of the MAGA politic. So you see how it was very important for her to point out that they lied about Massie. They claimed that Massie is okay with trans people and all of this stuff. You see? So this is part of the right that is smart enough to not like Trump, to know that Trump is a complete, utter sellout, right? And anti-American pretty much. But they're still concerned about this issue of trans people, LGBTQ. Seriously. That's a main frame of the MAGA movement. That's a mainframe in Republican politics right now. Not universal health care, not universal education, not elder care, universal elder care, not universal child care, but men in dresses. You know what I'm saying? Trans people, LGBT, that's their main fucking concern. What is the population? What is the official population of LGBTQ in the United States of America, or even in the world? You know, do people even think about that? That's not a big population. You know, to make that your main thing is just irrational. It's irrational. There's so many other things you might want to focus on that affects every fucking body. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's so much easier to just not even try to police people that way and focus on some shit that everybody else needs, like clean water, clean air, fair housing, a decent wage at work when you come home from a job, time with your kids, vacation time if you have a full-time job, universal health care for American citizens, universal education for American citizens, you know, shit like that. a decent, it just makes me fucking wonder. But this is what they do. This is Marjorie Green Taylor. I give her some props for supporting the Epstein discharge petition. I gave her props for that, and I give her props for speaking up because she lost her seat because of that. She didn't run, but she knew she would lose it. So, yeah, for the same reason. So
President Trump is going this week, actually, to Mike Lawler's district in New York in support of Mike Lawler. Well, here's some facts. Mike Lawler hated Donald Trump, hated him when he was running for president. Used to make fun of him all the time, mocked him, would come up and make fun of me for supporting the president.
So you see, the guy that won, that got all the Israeli PAC money, right? He won. He was endorsed by Trump. He got Trump money, but even though the Israeli PACs spent more money on him than the American PACs, this guy himself didn't even like Trump. He doesn't even like Trump. That shows you how important this was to Trump, though, that Trump would support that guy. But why do you think Trump would support a guy that doesn't even like him? It's obvious. It's because Massey drafted the Epstein files discharge petition that got these files released. That's why. That is why. He's the one who wrote it. There's no other real connection. I mean, might be some minor connections, but if you want to talk about the thing that goes straight to the heart of the situation, you can't say Trump is not more fucked up over the Epstein files than anything else. You can't say there's anything else that has destroyed his reputation more than the Epstein files and the rest of the people in his cabinet. That is like a nuclear bomb on them. You see what I mean? So, and not to mention AIPAC, and the other Israeli lobbies, because what is revealed in the Epstein files? That they had some Massoud operations, operating inside of the U.S., right? The Israeli intelligence operations. That's what they're claiming. This is what people are saying is being shown in the Epstein files. So does that harm Israeli relations, the Epstein files? Pretty much, yeah. Because why would you want anyone running an operation in your country? Period. Regardless of who they are. Would you accept it? Would you accept anything that looks like it? Right? Wouldn't you want to know more about it? So why would you vote? Why would you put your money against the person that's helping you know more about it? What sense does that make? That means you didn't like it when you put your money against the person that pretty much is responsible for these releases. And the stuff about Mossad and all that didn't come out early. That came out because of the discharge petition, largely. You see what I'm saying? That came out later. You see? The connections between Epstein and Israeli intelligence, the vice president, the former vice president or something, what's his name? Bahoud, I forget his name, right? One of these guys. Yeah. And Israeli intelligence is not the only thing being outed, but that's one of the things. Now, think about the timing. If they had an operation in the United States for all this time, if he was giving information or in contact with Israeli intelligence all this time, running an operation, that means American citizens have been funding this operation. That means American citizens in some kind of way, indirectly, have been funding Epstein's operations in the United States of America. Just through giving Israel weapons. We're giving Israel weapons. How faithful has the United States been to Israel? The American people have been more faithful to Israel than any other people on earth. How could you run an operation? How could you be a part even with anyone that's running an operation like that inside of the United States of America? That's crimes of the highest order. This is exactly what you don't do to your friend. I'm just saying, people got to think about this shit, and again, I have Jewish friends. I don't even see Israel as having anything to do with being Jewish. I see Jewish as just something cultural. You're born into a Jewish family. That's who you are. You can practice that anywhere in the world. That doesn't make you an Israeli citizen. That doesn't make you a part of this conflict that's going on in Israel, that just like it never has before. You see what I'm saying? Jews have been living all around the world in different ways and means for a long time. You see what I mean? Long before this issue with Israel and Palestine started. You see what I'm saying? So long before Israel was even a state. You see what I'm saying? You see what I mean? Let's keep it real, and we got crypto Jews that were after the Inquisition, right? They got sent to the United States. Muslims also had to change their religion, but then after time, they were allowed to take their religion up again, right? It wasn't policed after a while, and also the existence on the Iberian Peninsula. You see what I mean? Jewish people have lived there for centuries and centuries. You see what I mean? So Europe, Jewish people have lived in Europe for centuries. You see what I'm saying? So it's kind of like we got to stop acting like talking about Israel is talking about Jewish people, because it's not. It's not. You know what I mean? In fact, I think if there wasn't this issue with Israel, pretty much there wouldn't be so much anti-Semitism, maybe. To be honest with you, I'm not saying it's justified, but I'm saying anti-Semitism is probably, if you want to call it that, the anti-Israeli sentiment is, and which spills over into everyday Jewish people too. It's largely surrounded by what's happening in Israel and Palestine, So yeah. But in any case.
Well, I thought you guys should know, if you really want to know about voting records, it was Mike Lawler and 3 other Republicans that voted no to my bill, Protect Children's Innocence Act, that actually makes it a felony to perform gender-affirming care on children, anybody under the age of 18, which, by the way, is one of the president's executive orders.
You see that? So damn, I mean, she's exposing how the guy that beat Massey is actually the guy that killed her bill. and her bill was about anti-gender affirming surgery. You see? So if they're, and again, Scott Jennings, but what is going on there? You could see that what happened in Kentucky almost, it almost has almost nothing to do with anything MAGA. It has more to do with Israel than anything Kentucky, pretty much, which is really, and I'm saying that's just, even if you like those kind of policies, that's not what it was about this time. You see what I mean? That's what they're saying. I mean, Massey is, you know what? Let me look up Massey's position on gender affirming surgery.
It's a big deal to President Trump. Well, Mike Lawler voted no to my bill, which is taking a hard stance against President Trump and his executive order. And Thomas Massey voted yes for my bill, which is in support of President Trump's executive order and in support of stopping gender-affirming care, transing of children. So the more you know, the more truth you hear, the better you are able to see.
Right. So you see, she said it right there. And yeah, I can let me see here. Let me just pull this up just so we get a real accurate review. Maybe this can help qualify it. When it comes to the core issue of restricting gender affirming care and surgeries, both Thomas Massey and his primary opponent Ed Galbraith fall squarely into the mainstream conservative platform, meaning both heavily oppose it. However, the difference between the two men lies in their approach to federal power and governance rather than their personal moral stance. Ed Galbraith viewed alignment with federal bans. As traditional Trump-endorsed conservatives, Ed Galbraith aligns tightly with national Republican initiatives to halt gender-affirming care. Okay, but she just said the opposite. But she said he voted against her bill. So maybe there's more than one bill. I don't know. Or maybe there's a difference between support and votes. I don't know. Platform. Galbraith fully backs policies like Donald Trump's executive orders and legislative efforts aimed at cutting off federal funding, Medicaid, and research grants to any hospital performing gender-affirming surgeries or chemical transitions procedures on minors. The language. He campaigns on standard party line rhetoric, viewing the restrictions of these procedures as a necessary moral safeguard to protect children in traditional values. Thomas Massey's view. Constitutional libertarianism. Massey also strongly opposes gender-affirming surgeries, particularly for minors and military members, but his libertarian voting record means he often opposes how Washington tries to enforce those bans. Opposing transitions for minors military. Massey has consistently voted in favor of Republican amendments to bills like the National Defense Authorization Act, NDAA, that strips out health care coverage for sex reassignment surgeries and hormone treatments for gender service members. The constitutional catch. Where Massey differs from Gallrain is on the question of federal overreach. Massey famously adheres to a strict interpretation of the U.S. Constitution. If a federal bill attempts to ban a medical procedure nationwide by expanding the power of the federal agency, Massey will frequently vote no. Not because he supports the procedure, but because he believes in the Constitution that it leaves that regulatory power strictly to individual states, not the federal government. Yeah, I actually am kind of not about this issue, but I think, you know, I like states having power too, but yeah. Now with all things, but in any case, if you look at their personal beliefs, both Massey and Gallrain are opposed to gender affirming surgeries. So why did I like to just verify information. Not support Marjorie Greene Taylor's bill. Let's see what they say there. Political players involved. Gallrain actually never had the opportunity to vote on or officially support any bills introduced by Marjorie Greene Taylor. Okay. Now, let's see here. Gallrain was not in office yet, right? What? Oh, so who is she talking about? Hold on, wait a second. I thought she said Gallrain. Let me see something here.
Actually, to Mike Lawler's district in New York in support of Mike Lawler. Well, here's some facts. Mike Lawler hated Donald Trump.
Oh, my fault. She's talking about Mike. So why is she talking about this guy? I'm not understanding.
Hated him when he was running for president. Used to make fun of him all the time, mocked him, would come up and make fun of me for supporting the president. Well, I thought you guys should know, if you really want to know about voting records, it was Mike Lawler and 3 other Republicans that voted no to my bill.
I got it now. She's just saying Massey supported her bill. So, and right. Okay. I got it. So, but okay. And she's saying Mike Lawler doesn't. Okay. Now I'm sorry. I got confused, y'all. But in any case, let's listen to the rest of this. Let's see what she got to say. Move forward. Here we go.
Well, Mike Lawler.
Oops.
Did you know there's a new AI?
What the hell? Oh shit. 2 seconds, y'all. Sorry about that. I got a little confused actually. Yeah, I thought she was talking about the other guy. All right, so here we go. Let me pull this back up.
Truth you hear, the better you are able to see exactly what's going on. Get out and vote for Thomas Massey.
All right.
This is Marjorie Taylor Greene running to the right of Donald Trump and saying that he is not a real Republican because she's not transphobic enough and that he endorses and supports Republican.
Yeah, sorry about that, Hazel. Thanks for letting me know. I got confused.
Candidates who are. Thomas Massey wasn't just more right-wing or more to the left or more siding with the Democrats. Thomas Massey was a man who, I had plenty of disagreements with, but had principles that drove a lot of decisions that he made in the Congress. There's that famous clip of him saying that he votes with Republicans 91% of the time and 9% of the time he votes against them because they're, spending trillions on an illegal illegal war or, going to bat for pedophiles. That is Thomas Massie. And it is a shame that an actual principled member of Congress, again,
Mr. Dunham,
guy I have
what's
disagreements certainly with, has lost his seat. But we know the reason why Thomas Massie lost his seat. I want to read this official reporting saying that he did, then we're going to get into it. It has been officially confirmed by The Hill. We have enough data to say that Trump scores, unfortunately, a major victory with Massie's primary defeat in Kentucky. Although this is a big victory for Donald Trump, Thomas Massie is still going to get more than 40% of the vote in this primary. And that should really scare Donald Trump, that even with all the money spent, it was that close. But who was the money spent by? Well, that was the important point that Thomas Massie wanted to make, and he did right here.
I would have come out sooner, but I had to call my opponent and concede, and it took a while to find Ed Galrein in Tel Aviv.
Thomas Massie is right. This seat was bought by Israel. It's why he said when he calls to concede, he will be calling Tel Aviv. Because it was Israeli billionaires, Miriam Adelson, Paul Singer, two people connected to Jeffrey Epstein, by the way, who wanted him out of office. Why? Because he opposed a genocide. Miriam Adelson, Paul Singer, two people connected to Jeffrey Epstein, by the way. Miriam Adelson, Paul Singer, two people connected to Jeffrey Epstein, by the way, who wanted him out of office. Why? Because he opposed a genocide. And they tried to call him an anti-Semite for that. Thomas Massie has opposed all foreign aid. Thomas Massie has opposed all foreign wars. And this being spun by the media as something directed against Israel is just wild. And it has been a very clear effort, but also a very clear failure to try to scare people out of talking about anything having to do with Israel's genocide. Now, I know we talk a lot, and I want to get into the implications for the Epstein files, so do stick around for that as well. But people talk about money in politics. I think maybe too much, not too much, but too much on the spending for side. People talk about who is funded by who gets money from AIPAC, who gets money from crypto, who gets money from big oil, big pharma. But I think what is more important is who spends against you. I think that's what we talk about a little bit less. That is what we saw happen in the Illinois Democratic primaries, right? In the Senate race, all the money that was spent. And Kat Abu-Ghazaleh's race, all the money that was spent against her. Spent against. Not money to buy a candidate, money to prop up someone else. And it's done with lies. AIPAC, the Israel lobby, they do not go into a race and say that Thomas Massie isn't pro-Israel enough, because that would get him more votes. They have to make up lies, misconstrue statements, do whatever they can to tell a story not about the issue set that they're representing or they care to promote, but that will scare people out of a vote for Thomas Massie or encourage them to vote for his opponent, Ed Galrein. And that should show you how these people understand our politics, how even they know by omission that Israel and support for Israel, offensive, defensive weapons.
It says, look at this. It's 6339 says, no one accused Kentucky voters of having intellect. Exactly. I'm not accusing them either. No. That's not even a rumor. No one ever said anything like. There's never been a time where anyone said, the brightest people come from Kentucky. No, Kentucky. There's only 4 states. I'm not trying to mix up ignorance with poverty, but there's only 4 states that have more poverty than Kentucky in the United States of America. And in some ways, disenfranchisement can be, economics can intersect with education, often in an extreme capitalistic society like the U.S. The most extreme capitalistic Western country is the United States of America. It has very little The only social program, socialistic type of thing that they do love is the military. They want everybody to put their tax dollars in the military. They want the military people to get paid standard rate. This kind of everyone gets paid the same for the same job. All of this stuff. They make it real big, pump a lot of money into it. But then they say they don't like socialism. They say you're being a socialist if you try to do the same thing with education or healthcare. Is that hypocritical? They're good on socialism when it's time to bomb somebody. That's basically what it means. But education and healthcare, no, they're against that.
Falling short of saying that we should sanction this genocidal nation, that we should have no relationship with it, which I firmly believe that is the popular sentiment in our politics. They understand that. And so for their, hacks in the media, their Zionist-aligned news outlets, the fucking free press, the TikTok algorithm that Larry Ellison has built, for those people to call...
I'm sorry. Somebody in the chat said, I'm Canadian. I don't care. But I got to tell you, I don't believe you. I think this is a fake profile. It says, I'm Canadian. I don't care. Look at this. Another profile from, 2023, 3 years old profile. I don't know. I got to say, I think I don't know why people don't put anything to show themselves, anything. So you don't know if this person is from, Yugoslavia or from Canada or from Czech Republic or from Nigeria. You don't know if it's South Africa, if it's China, if it's Indonesia. You have no way of knowing because they don't put anything of themselves out there for you to know, to qualify it with, and I just think it's like, yeah, it's great that you're Canadian, but let me ask you another qualifying point then. Scott Anderson. Yeah, Scott Anderson. He's Canadian, allegedly. Do you support AIPAC? Do you support AIPAC? And, I'm just curious. Or do you think that, AIPAC is, or no, I'll put it to you this way. Do you support the release of the Epstein files? How about that? Do you support the release of the Epstein files? Yeah, put a 1 in the chat if you do, Scott Anderson, and put a 2 in the chat if you don't. I'm just curious. Does it matter? Does it matter the release? Put a 1 in the chat. If it doesn't matter, put a 2 in the chat. Okay, that's all. We'll find out later.
Us, anti-Semitic, for saying something that they recognize is wild, and why you should talk about this more with your friends, with your family. I don't know what your bosses are like. I don't know with your coworkers. Maybe you can be a little hush-hush about it. Maybe you can.
All right, so then there's something else on Obama. Let me see here. There was a mention about Obama and Netanyahu that came out recently. Let me see what that is about. Yeah. Let me see what's going on. I think who did some reporting on that? Who was it?
Previously, it's Obama leaking the secret that's not so secret, which is that 2 points. Point one, while Trump cites intelligence that he won't present to us that made it so necessary for us to go to war with Iran, we have now been privy to reports that his own intelligence officials were going, no, that's not accurate. Netanyahu's coming in here and being like, look, we have to do it. It's imminent. And our own intelligence people were like, no. You remember when Trump stood with Putin and said, and they were like, hey, U.S. intelligence has confirmed that Russia did all this stuff to interfere in the election. And Trump went, I'm siding with Putin over my own.
Okay, I see you, Scott. I see you.
Intelligence. I think Putin's telling the truth. And that was shameful. Similar thing here with Netanyahu. He's going, I side with him over my own intelligence, who sat in a room with Trump and said, please, 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 no. Maybe not those exact words, but that vibe, and said, our intelligence does not confirm what they're saying. That's point one, okay? That it's obvious Netanyahu's not accurate is what Obama revealed. Number two is that one of the ways we know it not to be accurate is that Netanyahu's been saying the same thing, singing the same song, making the same pitch to U.S. presidents for a long time. And that reminds us that the people who should be calling out Netanyahu, the Israeli government, for encouraging, pushing, wanting Trump to do this, but sometimes use that to ignore just how much of a Trump decision this was, need to correct it. Because we need to make sure people know it's not like Trump, as some commentators try to make it out to be, was forced into it. He had the power to say no, and we know that because Obama said no. Biden said no. Maybe even, maybe Bush on part of it, but not on some of it. Trump, in an attempt to make a new deal with the Iranian regime, is now entertaining many of the trade-offs that he blasted when Obama was in the White House. Obama, for his part, told me that Benjamin Netanyahu, this is from New Yorker reporting, the Israeli prime minister had made the same arguments for armed confrontation with Iran to him that he did to President Trump. I think my prognosis was accurate, said Obama. It may be that Netanyahu has gotten what he wanted. Whether that's what is ultimately best for the Israeli people, I would question that. Whether I think it's what is good for the United States of America, I would question that. I think there's an ample record of my differences with Mr. Netanyahu. You can take that down. He's talking about, you remember this?
An open mic during last week's G20 summit caught President Obama and French President Nicolas Sarkozy complaining about Israel's prime minister, according to a report by Reuters. I cannot bear Netanyahu. He's a liar, said Sarkozy. Obama, according to a French interpreter who was translating his remarks, replied, "You're fed up with him, but I have to deal with him even more often than you."
Quickest pause to request that you click.
Yo, that is crazy. Look at that. Let's play that back. Yeah, this is Luke Beasley, yo. But check it out. Yeah, this is his reporting. Luke does some good podcasting, by the way. But check this out. He's got a whole fucking production team. What people don't realize is that I don't have any production team. I do this shit by myself. So, but soon, I'm gonna tell you, and I don't know exactly how long and what period of time, but soon I'm gonna have like a bigger supporting staff. Actually, it's something I'm working on right now. So and have been for not a long time, just the last month, putting together, getting the ideas and concept about what that would look like and how it would work. But yeah, I'm doing my own show myself, and it's gonna be great once we get a few other changes going on. So, but in any case. Look at this. This is what Luke is revealing. And it's good that we stay on the AIPAC tip today for a second, because also we have to do this because they spent money on Massey. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have to support somebody who did come with the discharge petition. And again, like, what is it about Kentucky that they don't get? Like, this election, it almost showed, like, it made it seem like Israel was more important to Kentucky than Kentucky. Like that it is, you cannot spend more. You can't be the biggest spender in your campaign and not have people notice. And when you outspend the people that want domestic policy in place, Americans, when you outspend them, right? That is crazy. It is crazy. And they literally outspend the Americans. I mean, I'm talking about the lobby. Israel is not an American lobby. It's located in the United States, yet it's a PAC that's registered here, but it's advocating specifically for Israeli issues, Israeli-U.S. relations. They don't advocate for domestic policy in the U.S. For example, they don't advocate for universal health care, although they have universal health care. They don't advocate for universal education in the United States of America, although they have universal education in Israel. But in any case, let's peep this part one more time. Let me see. Can I do this? Make this a little bit larger? Let me see, just so people can try to get as much as you can of it on the screen for the playback. Let's see here. All right, let's go. Luke.
He was now entertaining many of the trade-offs that he blasted when Obama was in the White House. Obama, for his part, told me that Benjamin Netanyahu, this is from New Yorker reporting, the Israeli prime minister had made the same arguments for armed confrontation with Iran to him that he did to President Trump. I think my prognosis was accurate, said Obama. It may be that Netanyahu has gotten what he wanted. Whether that's what is ultimately best for the Israeli people, I would question that. Whether I think it's what is good for the United States of America, I would question that. I think there's an ample record of my differences with Mr. Netanyahu. You can take that down. He's talking about, you remember...
if you're a millennial, you remember your dad's...
What's he talking about? Hold on 2 seconds, y'all. Sorry about that. Boom. Why so many goddamn commercials, man? But here, let's see. Is it ready now? Let's go. Here we go. Okay, what is this? A play?
G20 summit.
Oh, this is a playback of their conversation.
What is good for the United States of America?
All right, this is fly. Watch this.
I would question that. I think there's an ample record of my differences with Mr. Netanyahu. You can take that down. He's talking about, you remember this?
An open mic during last week's G20 summit caught President Obama and French President Nicolas Sarkozy complaining about Israel's prime minister, according to a report by Reuters. I cannot bear Netanyahu. He's a liar, said Sarkozy. Obama, according to a French interpreter who was translating his remarks, replied, "You're fed up with him, but I have to deal with him even more often than you."
Quickest pause to request that you click the subscribe button.
Insane. That is insane. Hold on. Now let's get to the next part. That is insane. Sarkozy complaining about Netanyahu, and Obama is like, I have to deal with him even more than you. Like, complaining, basically. That is crazy. But here, let's hear some more.
Exactly, come to the defense of Netanyahu.
You're thinking.
Here we go.
Back to the video.
He saw at the UN in September. It's not surprising, says Martin Indyk, who served as U.S.
So, there was some more tension there. But the point is, and I really have been pounding this a while, and this is not the subject of the segment necessarily. I have another confirmation of it that I want to play for you. But the point here is really more about reminding us that when they act like just because Netanyahu said this was imminent, that's enough of a reason. It's not. He's been saying that forever. And we should trust our own intelligence, and we have the most vast intelligence apparatus of any country on the entire planet. We should be able to trust that and not just go on a wing and a prayer based on what our authoritarian buddy thinks. And then number two is that the responsibility for the actions of the U.S. president in what is good and bad for the country he represents is so significant. And do not let an analysis of the bad voices in Trump's ear make it seem like Trump didn't have the ability to make a better decision. And I'll keep reminding people because I keep hearing bad analysis on that. But here's the latest example I want to talk about today. This is Robert Gates, who was the U.S. Secretary of Defense under Bush and then carried over into Obama. And look at his experience.
And is he now?
He told me all those things in July of 2009.
He's talking about Netanyahu.
And is he now?
He told me all those things in July of 2009, and I told him then he was dead wrong, that he was underestimating the resilience of the Iranians, that I thought he had been lulled into an unrealistic position by the absence of an Iraqi reaction when the Israelis destroyed the Osirak reactor in Iraq. He'd been lulled by the Syrian lack of reaction when Israel destroyed their reactor. That was during the second Bush administration.
But this is the war he's been trying to sell for years.
And I told him that this notion he was saying then, the regime is fragile. This is 2009. The regime is fragile. It'll crumble at the first attack, and they won't have time to do anything else. I told him then he was wrong.
So even, hey, Gates, him. I was going to say that guy, but that sounds a little bit reductive. Robert Gates. You know Robbie Gates? Was able to say, and he was just, or this is a big position, but he was the defense secretary. The president, you would think, could have access to even more information. Was going, no, VP, that's not going to happen. And apparently what he's revealing there is probably what he was telling Trump, that we're going to do one strike. Did you hear? We're going to do one strike. Back in 2009, we're going to do one strike or barrage of strikes, and then the Iranian regime will fall. You know how Trump has seemed very confused by this lasting longer than a day or two? That's why. But again,
for those of y'all just joining, we peeping the effects that Israel has had in, just in the relationship with the United States, starting with Massey's losing this primary in Kentucky just last night. AIPAC spent more money than even the American PACs in that primary, and Massey lost it. And Thomas Massey is the representative from Kentucky. He's the one who drafted the discharge petition for the Epstein files to be released. The one that people had to wait for months before Congress got 218 votes. Yeah, that one. Yeah, exactly. We had to wait for people to be elected to sign that thing. That's how long it had to wait. In the end, it only got 4 Republican signatures, but the Democrats carried it through. Well, they just primaried him. AIPAC and other Israeli lobbies, they outfunded the American lobbies in Kentucky, and Massey lost the election. So the guy that drafted the discharge petition that got you the Epstein files released and got you the Epstein file release law, he's been removed from power, basically. Yeah, he's been, and he's from Kentucky. And more Israeli lobbies spent money in that primary than American lobbies. Kentucky, there's only 4 states that have more poverty than in the United States than Kentucky. 4 states. Only 4 states that are more poor than Kentucky. And they're worried about it, and they got AIPAC all up in their primary elections, outspending American PACs. Pro-American PACs. That is crazy. That is crazy. In any case,
do you know what Trump could have done?
If you just catching on now, you might want to, once you get to the end of this stream, you might want to rewind it and start from the beginning, because it's been a doozy. It's been a doozy.
It's not all, oh, what could he have done? Netanyahu lied to him. Well, yeah, okay. That's bad. And you know what the president can do? Check their own sources, damn it. I promise we have a much deeper, much more expansive intelligence.
Somebody asked, let me see, who asked that? Can they run as a Democrat? No. And I'm not even interested in, and I don't think he should run as a Democrat. I mean, he has policies I'm not even really totally but I do respect what his position is. If it's spending overseas and wasting money and shit like that, he's not typically with that. So I respect that, though. But, can he run as a Democrat? That's so. Let's see what Democrat is running. Let me peep that, too, while we watch some more of this. Yeah, we're observing AIPAC's and pro-Israel lobby, their presence in the U.S. everything. You see what I mean? In the U.S., everything, even in primaries in little old Kentucky, it's crazy.
Intelligence apparatus than Israel. We're humongous.
Epstein files. Yeah. So you could see they didn't like the fact, AIPAC, pro-Israel lobby, didn't like the fact that Massey signed the Epstein files petition. And you know why he did it, because he's trying to out Israel for having a operation on U.S. soil. That's pretty much why he did it, because Massey doesn't like any of those kind of things. He's not even for a lot of the aid to other countries and U.S. dollars. He's not for that, especially when there's massive amounts of it, right? But yeah. It seems like the Epstein files was the straw that broke the camel's back, basically,
compared to them.
Long story short.
So we can make sure we confirm our own reasons for going to war before easily, like
what's
other
up,
presidents did.
Kev Dog, what's up? Summer,
and then
I
to hear that Trump was sold on the idea of, we'll just do like one day of attacks and the Iranian regime will fall. A regime that has been able to, in a disgusting...
Oh, Summer. Thank you, Summer. I see. Summer says Let me pull this up on the screen. Summer says, I appreciate that. She says, Summer Connors 9694 says, this young man you're showing in their videos has more common sense than anybody I've ever listened to on any of these platforms. Hey, I appreciate that. That's a huge compliment, Summers. I appreciate that. Yeah, I do my best, and thank you for that. I mean, I love my country. Although I live in Denmark, I'm an American, born and raised. I'm from Washington, D.C. Both sides of my family goes back to the colonial periods in the Americas. But I hate seeing what my country is going through right now, and that's what's motivated me to even start sharing, and yeah. So I appreciate you coming. I appreciate that. It means a lot. That means a lot. Yeah. And I appreciate everybody else too. Listen, hit the like button if you haven't hit the like button. Yeah, it's going to help more people find the stream. I appreciate that. Let's go. Subscribe to. And this is Luke Beasley, by the way, giving his breakdown.
By the way.
So let's go.
Rule over, 80 million people for decades. That a few strikes is going to cause that entire regime to fall apart. And this is why we're now in a place where clearly they have no plan and we're stuck. And so what's Trump's one hammer no matter the nail? Make another big threat. U.S. rejects latest Iranian peace deal. Official warns next conversation is through bombs. So now we're back to, we'll start back up the war.
What if a bomb drops on your head right now?
Apparently, that threat hasn't worked because you keep making that threat in these negotiations. Apparently, it's not working. Then Trump sends out this, as Brian Krasentine screenshotted and then helped us out to understand that all of the highlighted portion is one sentence. Okay? Trump posted on Truth Social, if Iran surrenders, admits their navy's gone.
This is crazy. He said all of the portion is one fucking sentence. Yeah, this is Trump's writing style. Peep this. Peep game. This is crazy. I'm sorry, but Luke Beasley and his staff, his production team, they are funny as hell. This is hilarious. Let's peep this shit again.
Apparently, it's not working. Then Trump sends out this, as Brian Krasentine screenshotted and then helped us out to understand that all of the highlighted portion is one sentence. Okay? Trump posted on Truth Social, if Iran surrenders, admits their navy's gone and resting at the bottom of the sea, and their air force is no longer exercised, probably since it's one sentence, do it with one breath. If Iran surrenders, admits their navy is gone and resting at the bottom of the sea, and their air force is no longer...
No, you got to stop just 5 times and take your breath. You can't even read this whole fucking sentence. If Iran surrenders, admits their navy is gone and resting at the bottom of the sea, and their air force is no longer with us, and if their entire military walks out on Tehran, weapons dropped and hands held high, each shouting, I surrender, while wildly waving the representative white flag, and if their entire... What the fuck is up with this and? This is insane. What is this? This is crazy. I can't say all of this shit. This is too fucking much, man. But this is your president. I'm surprised Trump doesn't come from Kentucky. The way they fucking vote, it's like, God damn, listen to this. This is hilarious, though.
It's not working. Then Trump sends out this, as Brian Krasentine screenshotted and then helped us out to understand that all of the highlighted portion is one sentence. Okay? Trump posted on Truth Social, if Iran surrenders, admits their navy's gone and resting at the bottom of the sea, and their air force is no longer exercised, probably since it's one sentence, do it with one breath. If Iran surrenders, admits their navy is gone and resting at the bottom of the sea, and their air force is no longer with us, and if their entire military walks out of Tehran, weapons dropped and hands held high, each shouting, I surrender, while wildly waving the representative white flag, and if their entire remaining leadership signs all necessary documents to surrender and admit their defeat to the great power and force... Still not done with the sentence. And admit their defeat to the great power and force of the USA, the magnificent USA, the failing New York Times, the China Wall Street Journal, corrupt and now irrelevant CNN, and all other members of the fake news media will headline that Iran had a masterful and brilliant victory over the United States of America. It wasn't even close, period. Hish.
That is a long ass sentence. Why? Why was it necessary? What does it mean even? I don't even know what a sentence that long means. Okay, it's not even supposed to exist.
The Democrats and media have totally lost their way. They've gone absolutely crazy, President DJT. So the point he's making is even if they had a great, massive surrender, that the fake news, quote unquote, would not declare it as such. But here's the problem with that.
Somebody wrote something about libertarians in the chat. What the hell? Hold on, who wrote that? Somebody wrote some shit about libertarians? What the hell? Okay, I don't even see it now. Okay, so Eric, I'm like, what? Why? Who's talking about libertarians? He said, yeah. Oh, okay, this is Kev. Kev said, I voted for Trump 2 times. After J6, I really regretted my vote against Biden. I vowed to never let the bullshit into White House. Hold on. Yeah, I voted for Trump 2 times. After J6, I really regretted my vote against Biden. Yeah, that makes sense. I now understand. I'm sorry, I had to read that twice. Yeah, man. It's better late than never, though, because it's not too late now. There's still a chance that this thing can be turned around. But people who voted for Trump let the worst monsters inside that the United States has known take power. The worst monsters. It is the Epstein files that have taken control of the United States. That operation has taken control. Whoever was a part of it, they got control. The only person, of course, someone had to die, I guess. And now I'm really starting to think like some other people are saying, is Jeffrey Epstein dead? Maybe he's alive. I'm really wondering. His brother says he's dead. So I believe the brother. I'm not crazy. I don't go outside it that far. If the brother says the man is dead, he knows the brother better than the brother knows him better than anybody else, right? But intelligence operation on U.S. soil, people dying, girls dying, allegedly multiple people dying, trafficking, espionage, blackmail, photographs, videos of men with young girls and boys, and also doing violence, other things, not just sexual violence, but other things, violent. It is like too much. It is too much. Yeah. Somebody said, why am I in Denmark? Question mark. Patriot, that is. Well, it depends on how you define a patriot. I have universal health care. I'm an American. My kids are Americans too. Although they live in Denmark, they're American and they're also Danish. They have universal health care. I didn't vote for Trump. I don't like seeing ICE devastate, Americans, terrorize communities. I'm not with Trump, grifting. I'm not for the Supreme Court attacking, voting rights. I'm not for the suppression of First Amendment or Second Amendment rights or any constitutional rights. Okay, I'm not against the 14th Amendment. I'm not against the 19th Amendment. I see all of those things as being under attack. I'm not for, those kind of things. But I'm not for Elon Musk, a person with 3 citizenships, having that much power in the U.S. government. I'm not for Peter Thiel, a person with 3 citizenships, having that much power in the U.S. government. Okay? I think U.S. citizens are treated the worst in the West. When you compare it to any other Western country, American citizens are treated worse by their politicians, by their own government, right? Only 40% of the taxes American citizens pay go to things they can see. Okay, I'm not for that. Do you call that patriotism? Okay, me reporting on how foul it is a patriotic act. Me reporting the facts on it, what would you call that? Would you call that unpatriotic? Why should Americans be last in the Western world when we're the richest country that's ever existed? Why is only 40%? How come as soon as you go to Canada, 60% of the taxes they pay go to things people can see? Why is it that everywhere else, more of the tax money goes to things citizens can see in their life, touch, and feel, things that directly impact their life, why does it go up as soon as you leave the United States of America? If you call that patriotic, I have to call you a fool. Okay? So what's going on in the United States right now is not patriotic at all. It's a wholesale of the country. You see what I mean? So American citizens that live outside, since I'm not a citizen of any other country, why should I not speak about that? You see what I'm saying? He says I'm misleading with, all right, well, I tell you what, hop on up. I bet you he's not going to hop up. And this is how it always is, you know? It's like people want to have long conversations and direct their comments to me, but then when you ask them to hop up, they rarely want to hop up, you know? They want to spend their time in the chat, you know, like I can't do the program like that, buddy. So here, I'm going to hit you the Discord link. You want to have a conversation about healthcare and the facts and what patriotism is? Hop your ass up, since you claim to be a little confused about what I'm doing. You're in my chat. You watch my program, but you confused about what I'm doing. Hop on up. We'll wait for you. No problem. Here we go. There's the panel link. Hop on up. Everybody ask him to hop up. We'll stop the show so we can have a good conversation with Mark. That also works sometimes, you know. Let's go, Mark, whatever that is. Mark Go Paco. Hit the link. And please don't tell us. We can continue with some Luke while you hit the link. Please refrain from making any more comments in the chat until you report back about how you tried to hit that link. Okay? There we go.
Let's cross that bridge.
Anybody with a mobile phone, all they got to do is click that link. Anybody with a tablet, anybody on a computer, just click that link and we can have a conversation.
When we get to it. Okay? Maybe while you clearly have not gotten them to do that, you don't talk about how the media would be unfair if you did. One of the reasons you might feel like the media is unfair right now or negative is because the situation's negative. Maybe that's why, bubs.
All right. So yeah, that was crazy. That's crazy. So you know, there it is. Obama apparently has not liked Netanyahu. Sarkozy, is that his name? Nicholas Sarkozy?
Simply press
right?
generate.
Essentially doesn't like didn't like Netanyahu. You know, I knew he was going to say doesn't work. Yeah, sure. It only doesn't work for you, huh? Okay. That's what I thought anyway. Now let's continue. Let's continue with the show then, since we got somebody who they know how to figure the chat out, but they don't know how to figure Discord out. I got you. No problem.
Trafficking network tells French media
Here we go.
around 10 new suspected survivors have come forward. The Paris prosecutor says they are among 20 who contacted authorities during a probe into potential Epstein abuse in France or involving French accomplices. The widening investigation into the late sex trafficker's crimes comes after House Oversight Democrats held an unofficial field hearing this week in West Palm Beach, Florida, with emotional testimony from Epstein survivors, including Rosa, a model from Uzbekistan who described being abused while Epstein was under house arrest and had never spoken out publicly before. I spoke yesterday with Epstein survivor Danielle Bensky, who also testified.
It was incredible to hear Rosa's testimony. I think she's opening doors for a whole new community of survivors that we really haven't seen come forward before. We know that there are a lot of victims.
You could basically call this war between Israel and Israel and Iran, the Epstein wars. Basically, that's what the Epstein administration, the Epstein wars. Yeah. All of it's the Epstein wars. The thing about Venezuela, Cuba, Iran, Epstein wars, you know, and it's really sad. It's even the Kentucky election, Epstein, you know, Thomas Massey out. You had to write that. You had to draft that discharge petition to release the Epstein files. You had to do it. And now you're out of a job. Those pro-Israeli super PACs spending more money than American PACs in that primary really did it to you, buddy.
victims and survivors that have come from other countries, whose visas were fast-tracked, and we just haven't been able to really hear those stories yet. So I think her bravery was so tremendous in stepping forward and bringing that information to light.
And joining me now, Mary Corcoran, co-founder and executive director of the Save America movement. Thank you so much for being here.
My pleasure.
Glad to have you here as we look ahead to tomorrow, because your organization, it is holding an event. It is going to be in New York. It is building on the momentum that you saw from this week in West Palm Beach. What exactly are you planning tomorrow?
So we are doing a 24-hour Epstein files filibuster.
Wow.
So we will be reading from the Epstein files for 24 hours straight. We have at least 10 survivors that are joining us. They will be opening and closing the filibuster. And the idea is that we want to stop time. We want to give voice and space to this testimony and bring eyeballs back to this story.
So are you highlighting certain parts of it? Because when you say all these books, 24 hours, I mean, there's a lot of information out there. This isn't certainly all of it, because you don't even have access to all of it.
So even just the files that have been released represent an extraordinary volume of information. So of course, one of the pieces of this is that to read for 24 hours, you only get through a fraction of the files that have been released. But really the point is, we need all of the files to be released, unredacted. So these women who have been so brave to speak truth to power, have their testimonies heard and find the accountability that they deserve.
So some survivors, as you say, you're saying they will open and close this 24-hour window.
That's right.
Will they read their own related testimony or information about them, or do they go with another?
It's entirely up to them. This is also a part giving them voice. So if a filibuster is about reading the files, but it's also giving them an opportunity to give their testimony. And they can read whatever piece of it that they wish.
So, as we know, DOJ faced a heck of a lot of backlash for saying, oh, we need a little more time. We're trying to release these files very judiciously. We're we're trying to be very, very careful. And yet, relative to just Rosa, she said that her name was in the files, some 500 times?
That's right.
Horrific.
That's right.
So there will be names, there will be redactions. How will your group address both?
So we have edited what is being read out loud very carefully to ensure that those unredacted names of victims are of course, not a part of our filibuster. But part of the thing that we need to draw attention to is the reckless way in which these files were released. The fact that there were victims' names in the files that were not redacted is unexcusable. And we need to bring eyeballs to that story as well.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure you're going to. I hope you get a lot of sleep tonight. It's going to be long, but a very worthwhile 24 hours. Thank you, Mary Corcoran, for coming and talking. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Hey, babe.
Hey.
Focus on fraud. He wants to. Good. Okay, I've got my cheat here. So I know who to call on. Most importantly, who not to call on. Let me start out with a few things. First of all, proud to announce that next week I will be speaking at the Air Force Academy commencement ceremony. Last year I spoke at the Naval Academy commencement ceremony, and it was one of the great honors and privileges of my life. So I'm excited to go out there to Colorado and participate in that ceremony. The second thing is I want to highlight a little bit some of the work that we've been doing, the great work our team has been doing on the anti-fraud task force, where we have caught just in the last couple of months billions upon billions of dollars of fraud in our hospice system, in our Medicaid system, in our Medicare system, in our immigration system. We've seen hundreds of millions of
Sorry about that, y'all. 2 seconds. I just got caught up, but I'm back.
dollars of fraudulent loans that were being handed out through the Small Business Administration that we've identified and stopped. And we've also started investigating some of the fraudulent criminal activity and also prosecuting some of the fraudulent criminal activity. So the thing that I say to the American people, and I'll repeat here to all of you, is, fraud is a crime that has two victims. It has, first of all, the American taxpayer, people who pay their taxes, who out of their generosity, and because they have to, of course, they pay their taxes expecting that it's going to go to pay our troops and ensure that low-income children have access to food and ensure that people get medical benefits even if they're not able to afford a doctor. I think it's a great thing about our country is that we have this generosity of spirit where we take care of one another, but fraud takes that away from us because it steals money from the taxpayer when they pay their taxes, and it also steals money from innocent people who are meant to benefit from these programs but can't when the money runs dry because it's gone to fraudsters instead of the people who benefit from it or should benefit from it. So we're going to keep that work up. The President of the United States has been very clear that he wants us to focus on fraud. He wants us to prosecute the fraudsters, and he wants us to save the American people as much money as we possibly can. So we're going to keep at it. We're very proud.
So the United States as a country, they spend far less of the American taxpayer dollars on things that the actual citizens can see that affect their life directly. That's the one distinction between the United States of America and every other Western country. As soon as you leave outside of the U.S. to its neighbor, it goes up to 60%. The closer you get to a country like my own, the country where I live, it's not my country, but yeah, it's like it is my home. Denmark's my home now, But the closer you get to Denmark, places like Denmark has like 70 to 75% of the tax dollars you spend, you can actually see, you can touch. It's part of your life. You see, in the United States, that's like 40 to 45%. So when you look at why a country like the U.S. doesn't have universal health care, forget the rhetoric. Move right to the facts. Facts matter. Facts matter. So there is a correlation between only 40 to 45% of the taxes you paying, you actually being able to access and see affect your life in a positive way, than 60%. Or 63%, 60, 64%, 65%, 67, 8, 9, 10, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75%. That looks different. That feels different. And people experience that different. They literally see and feel the difference. That's why Greenland doesn't want to be part of the United States. That's why Canada doesn't want to be part of the United States. That's why Denmark is like, fuck Donald J. Trump. We don't even, what the fuck? You should be learning from us. That's what Denmark is saying. Denmark is like, what the fuck is wrong with the citizens? What are they doing? They're letting people fool them? Yo, the United States on the democracy chart scale is low. It ranked this year. It has ranked lower than China and Russia. How the lower on a democracy scale for the first time, the United States has ranked lower than Russia and China. And it's based on what other countries feel about the United States of America. And it's at its lowest. It's lower than it's ever been. That means people have always felt better about the United States as it being a democracy than they do now. So J.D. Vance is the guy who's out here, he wants to be the president, and you don't hear him. He's always talking about Trump. And the president has said this, and the president has said that. Man, the guy that he's talking about is the person that's hated the most around the world and in his own country right now. But just listen to Trump. Just listen to baby Trump talk. This is crazy. This is crazy listening to him. He's just gaslighting, basically acting like they don't hear what Americans are saying about Israel. They don't hear what Americans are saying about prices. They don't hear any of that. They just repeat the same facts.
The work that we've been doing, the great work our team has been doing on the
same statements.
Anti-fraud task force, where we have caught just in the last couple of months billions upon billions of dollars of fraud in our hospice system, in our Medicaid.
And the newspapers are talking about the fraud Trump is doing with his family and his cabinet members. You know, like nonstop. Every day there's a new report about their Trump and his cabinet members grifting the stock market, passing a new law, doing something about a tariff, hedging their bets on the stock market, you know, this kind of shit, granting their own family members and cabinet members and friends government contracts over in the millions and billions. You know, Howard Lutnick, Epstein file participant. Howard Lutnick, you know, the guy that said he never went back to Epstein's house after that one day and then went with his family to the island after. This dude, his family, he gave when he came into the Trump's cabinet, before that, he turned over his corporation to his son to run. His son, Howard Lutnick, is the guy that said the tariffs would be great. He was out there selling the tariff idea for Trump on TV day after day after day to the whole country, to the world. You know, that Howard Lutnick. His son's company that he turned over before he got into the cabinet, they went around buying corporations' lawsuit rights, the rights to sue, the rights to their compensation for could be coming victories in court, right, based on the very tariffs that Howard Lutnick was selling to the public. So his son, his company made money going around to companies and saying, hey, by the way, if the Supreme Court rules against the tariffs, if it turns out the tariffs are illegal, you will be compensated. Can I buy your compensation rights from you right now outright for a certain amount? That's what they did. And they made billions of dollars now that it's overturned. You see, this is the type of corruption we're talking about. And this guy is just one of them from that cabinet. Lecturing American people.
System, in our Medicare system, in our immigration system, we've seen hundreds of millions of dollars of fraudulent loans that were being handed out through the Small Business Administration that we've identified and stopped. And we've also started.
Right. Not no big business administration, small business. That's middle class. That's, lower income, small businesses. You know what that is? Maybe 5 employees or less, right? Something like that.
Investigating some of the fraudulent criminal activity and also prosecuting some of the fraudulent criminal activity. So the thing that I say to the American people, and I'll repeat here
maybe 10
to all of you, is, fraud is a crime that has 2 victims. It has, first of all, the American tax.
I can't even listen to this fool. I'm sorry. He's just too boring. This guy doesn't take up any space. He doesn't take up any space. His presence has no space at all. All right, let me see here. Let me go over to see what happened with Todd Blanche here. 2 seconds. That's Trump's attorney, right? So, this is the guy who did the deal with Ghislaine Maxwell, or he was the second when Pam Bondi did it. They went down there, got some recordings of her, communicated with her, and they gave her a plush prison to sit at that's more like a camp instead of a place for sex traffickers. All right, let's see here.
Last week, the subcommittee reviewed the president's request for the department's 4 law enforcement components, the FBI, the DEA, U.S. Marshals, and ATF and the, let me do that again, the FBI, U.S. Marshal Service, ATF, and DEA. That was a very good hearing, General, and I appreciate your allowing their presence here in advance of your appearance today. I appreciate the department's participation as we work to complete our budget hearings and draft the FY27 CJS bill. Attorney Blanche, I appreciate your support for law enforcement in the states, and I look forward to welcoming you to Kansas in the future. Overall, DOJ is requesting an increase of approximately $4.7 billion, or roughly 12 to 13% above FY26 enacted levels. Much of that request reflects the reality that after...
Yo, Rafika, exactly. That motherfucker J.D. Vance, he's too uppity, isn't he? And he's from Appalachia, and he's uppity, huh? Got the nerve to be uppity, huh? He forgot where he came from already? Yeah.
After several years of effectively flat funding, all while facing inflationary costs, many of the department's components were under significant strain. Last year, I worked with my colleagues. This committee worked together to maintain critical funding for both federal law enforcement agencies and the state and local departments that continue to serve as the backbone of public safety in communities across Kansas and the country. Attorney General, I saw the note in your written remarks about what a serious challenge FY26 resources have been and will continue to be. I particularly understand the enormous strain that the Bureau of Prisons, the One Beautiful Bill Act, provided $5 billion to BOP for both recruitment and retention of staff and to address severe maintenance backlog. Additionally, the department is requesting an increase of $2.2 billion or 27% for BOP.
Yo, Eric. Yo, that's so funny, man. Eric said he needs a yarmulke Jewish beanie and shit. Yo, you talking about J.D. Vance, yo?
I assume that this reflects serious ongoing resource challenges. At the same time, I have some concerns about cuts proposed to the department's 3 grant-making offices. The grants administered by these offices provide significant support for state and local law enforcement, juvenile delinquency prevention, support for victims, and the safety of our nation's police and deputy sheriffs.
That should be a South Park. That should be a South Park episode. It should. J.D. Vance converts to Judaism and goes to Israel.
For example, this budget proposes a cut to youth mentoring programs. This would have a significant impact on those organizations that mentor and operate in Kansas and across the country. Veteran treatment courts have been a program that I've been particularly interested in. As I chair the Senate Committee on Veterans Affairs, I've worked closely with many in Kansas and across the country in regard to VTCs. The Violence Against Women program is facing a cut.
He's reading his own fucking resume. Dude, can you ask fucking Todd Blanche a question? Like, what's taking this dude so long, man? He's just reading like some whole soliloquy and shit. All right, here we go. Maybe we got a question here. Sorry. Here we go.
Of the main justice building. This is the big banner of Donald Trump on one side of it. So that every single person who enters that building will see it and remember exactly what that man wants them to do.
Oh, they talking about Trump putting his banner up in front of the fucking building. Yeah, pull this shit back a little bit. Let's just peep this a little bit more. This bullshit. Can y'all see this? Can y'all see this? Let me see. Let me fix this real quick because I can see a lot of people can't see this one. Look at this. This is what they're selling. They putting up banners of the little. What is this Trump here? Hold on. Let me see if I can make this a little bigger. 2 seconds. Because I really want to make sure. What is this? Is this Trump right here? That's Trump. He put his face up on this. You know what I'm saying? He put his face up on that. That is crazy. Yeah, and anyway. Yeah.
This is the big banner of Donald Trump on one side of it. So that every single person who enters that building will see it and remember exactly what that man wants them to do. You're his former personal attorney, and you know exactly what he wants. In fact, he often posts it right here on social media, his Truth Social account. He wants to weaponize the department for his own political ends. And right from the start, you and your cohorts have worked to deliver what he wants, doing his political dirty work. 2 days ago, you even suggested that there was, quote, a ton of evidence that the 2020 election was rigged against Trump. And here you are at a budget hearing asking for taxpayer funds to pursue the department's mission when you're using those funds to punish Trump's adversaries, reward his friends, and pursue his personal vendettas. It began with pardoning the rioters who stormed the Capitol on January 6th and assaulted police officers. The revenge continued with the firing of more than a dozen lawyers who represented the Justice Department in those cases. Yesterday, you created a $1.8 billion slush fund to dole out taxpayer dollars to the president's supporters including those who attacked this Capitol on January 6th. That is pure theft of public funds. And rewarding individuals who committed crimes is obscene. Every American can see through this illegal, corrupt, self-dealing scheme. You have also misspent resources on the blatant political prosecutions of James Comey and others. You couldn't find a single career lawyer to bring the first case against Comey, and lawyers resigned rather than participate in that charade. Now you've launched a ludicrous vindictive prosecution in the Seashell case. It's a shameful dereliction of your duty to pursue impartial justice without fear or favor. You've also brought criminal charges against journalists who were doing their jobs in Minneapolis. You've refused to hold accountable the DHS agents who shot and killed Renee Good. Instead, while members of the administration called both Renee Good and Alex Preddy domestic terrorists, you ordered a criminal investigation of Renee Good's partner. Hardworking professional attorneys resigned rather than engage in that abuse of power. Others in the department have been fired for telling the truth to the courts, an insidious message to send to officers of the court. You have fired immigration judges who rendered decisions the administration didn't like. More gross political interference in what is supposed to be an independent process. All told, DOJ lost over 8,500 staff last year and nearly 1/4 of its lawyers. It's so bad that you're now offering $25,000 signing bonuses and hiring prosecutors with no prior legal experience, seeking applicants who personally pledge support to the president. You've also refused to share with members of Congress the office
thumbs down to the orange clown. Exactly. Indeed, bro.
Of legal counsel's purported legal justification for the blatantly illegal war the president and Prime Minister Netanyahu started in Iran.
What's up, Kimberly?
You have clear conflicts of interest between your prior job as the president's personal lawyer and your duty to ensure justice. This is especially true with respect to the cases of the survivors of the heinous crimes committed by Jeffrey Epstein. Many of those survivors are in New York City today as we speak, as part of a 24-hour public reading of the Epstein files. Many reading excerpts from their own FBI 302 reports documenting the abuses they endured. These survivors have tried to share their stories with you. Instead, you spent 2 days interviewing his convicted associate, Ghislaine Maxwell, and shortly thereafter, she was moved to a lower security prison camp with special perks. Mr. Blanche, the record is crystal clear. You are still acting as the president's personal lawyer, not as acting attorney general. It is hard to justify giving you any funds that will enable this pattern of wrongdoing to continue. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Van Hollen, thank you. Senator Collins, you have an opening statement?
I don't, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to asking questions after hearing from the witness. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Collins, for joining us. With that, General, you are recognized for your opening statement.
Thank you very much, Senator Moran. Good morning to all of you, Ranking Member Van Hollen, Senator Collins, Senator Moran. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to present President Trump's fiscal year 2027 budget for the Department of Justice. As Senator Moran noted, the request totals $41.2 billion, a 13% increase over fiscal year 2026. This underscores our department's renewed focus on.
I got a suggestion.
Or here's another idea that's going to be very controversial. You could shut the fuck up.
Exactly. No one wants to give him any more money. Okay? Taxpayers are broke. American people have no more money to give. What the hell is he doing? He just, after a dude comes out there and says all the foul shit this government has been up to. And then what does he do? In the first 2 seconds, he starts talking about asking for more money. Like, what the fuck? Where does that happen? Where does that happen at? What kind of government is this? Listen to this shit.
With that, General, you are recognized.
Here we go.
Senator Van
Dude was like, Dude was like, you robbed every place in the house. You stole my grandmother's jewelry. You took my daddy's fucking tools. You stole my sister's car. What the fuck? And then dude just comes up and just his whole reply is like, I want some more money.
to asking questions after hearing from the witness. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Collins, for joining us.
Yeah, let's hear from the witness after we ask him why'd he do all this foul shit.
With that, General, you are recognized for your opening statement.
Oh, okay. So it's his. Oh, yeah. I guess this is. Yeah, that's true. The opening statement. But I'm sorry. Fuck him. No one wants to hear his fucking opening statement. Anyway, let's get to the questions. Why did I forget that was going to happen? All right, here we go.
The creation of a nearly $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund to compensate individuals who were purportedly targeted by the Biden administration, in exchange for which President Trump dropped his $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS for the completely inappropriate leak of the president and his organization's tax data. Amounts for this new fund will come from the Judgment Fund, a permanent...
Kevin Monoxide, who said increasing the budget is no way to reduce the deficit. Sir, you are actually making a lot of sense right there. That was a logical, rational... Thank you for adding some sanity to the world, because this shit is bizarre. It's bizarre, man. Fucking orange clown, man. This guy.
Appropriation for paying claims and settlements brought against the United States government. Amounts in the Judgment Fund have traditionally been used for the payment of specific claims against the government or amounts owed for the settlement of those claims, but not for future claims that have yet to be bought. So I have some questions for you. First, has the DOJ ever used amounts in the Judgment Fund to pay claims that have yet to be brought against the United States government based on...
Do you hear this question? This shows you how, this illustrates how much corruption is ongoing at the present, to where she even has to ask this question. She's asking, has money been used for funds to pay for claims that haven't even been brought yet? That's the fucking question.
Of specific claims against the government or amounts owed for the settlement of those claims, but not for future claims that have yet to be bought. So I have some questions for you.
Question coming.
First, has the DOJ ever used amounts in the Judgment Fund to pay claims that have yet to be brought against the United States government based on the settlement of a completely unrelated case?
They have to ask a question like that because they don't know how corrupt. They're like, are you spending money that hasn't even been on cases that haven't even been settled yet? It's like...
Thank you, Senator. So the short answer is yes.
You hear that? He said they spent money on cases that have not even been brought yet. You hear this shit? Listen, and he says it proudly. And I bet you he's going to somehow tie Biden, Kamala Harris, Obama, or Clinton into it. Watch.
Of those claims, but not for future claims that have yet to be bought. So I have some questions for you. First, has the DOJ ever used amounts in the Judgment Fund to pay claims that have yet to be brought against the United States government based on the settlement of a completely unrelated case?
Thank you, Senator. So the short answer is yes. I mean, we have done this in the past. This was done during the Obama administration.
I told you. That's exactly what he he was going to pivot to one of them. That's what they do every single time. But he's telling you that right now they are actively spending money on claims that have not even been brought to them. That is crazy. And then he uses Obama as a qualifier to why they're doing it. And then he's not going to give you any numbers about or qualifying information about, is that real? Or what was that all about with Obama? None of it. He's just going to use the magic wand. Obama, on to the next trick.
Judgment fund to pay claims that have yet to be brought against the United States government based on the settlement of a completely unrelated case.
Thank you, Senator. So the short answer is yes. I mean, we have done this in the past. This was done during the Obama administration, something almost identical in structure to what we announced yesterday. In that case, there were allegations made. This was done during the Senator.
He said identical in structure. What does that mean?
Against the United States.
What is the mass amount of money? Just give us the breakdown. What is the money going to amount to?
States government based on the settlement of a completely unrelated case.
Thank you, Senator. So the short answer is yes. I mean, we have done this in the past. This was done during the Obama administration, something almost identical in structure to what we announced yesterday. In that case, there were allegations made by Native Americans that the Department of Agriculture had systematically treated them unfairly, and some had filed claims. There was a pending lawsuit, but many had not. A fund very similar to the one that was established yesterday was set up. It was funded by, in today's dollars, a little over $1 billion. And a single claims commissioner was appointed to review the claims and to distribute funds. In that case, at the end, there was around $300 million left over. And the Obama administration had set it up so that that money from the judgment fund was distributed to nonprofits and other NGOs. So what we've done with this fund, and by the way, it is true that this is unusual. That is true. But it is not.
What? Why is music playing right there? Look at this. Let's peep this. Let's peep what they say here. They said, let me see here. What is it about? It's Obama, right? Here we go. It's Todd Blanche, right? It says here that during the Senate Appropriations Committee testimony, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche defended the creation of the Trump administration's new $1.776 billion anti-weaponization fund, announced as part of a settlement over the leaking of Trump's IRS tax returns. Damn, that's what this is fucking about. When pressed by senators on the legality of using the federal judgment fund to pay out money for claims that have not yet been brought or legally proven, Blanche pointed directly to a historical precedent from the Obama administration, specifically $1.2 billion Keep Siegel versus Vilsack settlement. Okay, so that was one. Okay, so in 2010, which compensated Native American farmers for loan discrimination by the USDA. Right? This is interesting because this is what is this damn fund payout? Okay. This is interesting. However, Blanche argued that the Trump administration's new funds is structured quite differently from how Obama administrations handled its settlement. The primary differences included, right, one commissioner versus a 5-member commission. Obama's approach keeps Eagle, right? Keeps Eagle. The Obama Justice Department settled the case by putting the money into a bank account managed by a single independent claims administrator who was solely responsible for doling out the funds to claimants. Trump's approach yesterday announcement. Blanche testified that the Trump's DOJ is establishing a 5-member commission to review applications. 4 of the commissioners will be appointed directly by the Attorney General. That's him. And the 5th will be appointed in consultation with congressional leadership. But that's kind of going, Congress has the purse. So why is he suggesting that? All 5 people should go before Congress, right? Where the leftover money goes, nonprofits to the Treasury. Obama's approach keeps equal. In the Obama era settlement, a massive amount of money was left over after all primary claims were paid out. That remaining money, totaling over $300 million, was distributed as Cyprus awards to various third-party nonprofit organizations and charities that hadn't even filed claims. Trump's approach yesterday announcement, Blanche heavily emphasized that the new anti-war weaponization fund has a strict clawback provision. If there's any leftover cash after the commission finishes its work, 100% of the remaining funds will go straight back to the federal government rather than being funneled to outside organizations or nonprofits. The scope of claims. Obama's approach keeps equal. The Obama fund was strictly limited to a specific class action lawsuit regarding agricultural discrimination by a single department, the USDA. That's an interesting case. So that means the Obama administration believes in reparatory justice in some way, right? That their Justice Department did. Okay. Trump approach. Yesterday's announcement. The new fund is incredibly broad. Blanche testified that it's not legally limited to any one event, agency, or political party. That's interesting. So not one event. So that means they can spend the money on whatever, right? Anyone who believes they are victimized. Okay, not limited to one event, agency, or political party. Anyone who believes they were victimized by government weaponization can theoretically apply, with Blanche even noting that Hunter Biden could technically apply if he felt his prosecutions under his father's administration were politically motivated. So obviously this is coming out while Trump is in office. So guess who's going to be filing? It's going to be Jan 6 people, Trump. I mean, this is crazy. While critics and Democrats at the hearing slammed Trump, the Trump fund as an unprecedented slush fund to pay off political allies, including potentially those convicted in Jan 6 Capitol riots. Yeah, it sounds like it. Blanche insists that the legal framework of paying out the unbrought claims so they're comparing farmers to Jan 6 rioters, and Todd Blanche is too. That's crazy. That is crazy. But in any case, let's hear some more from Captain Todd Blanche.
And it was done. Just to correct a few things, Senator, it's not limited to Republicans. It's not limited
I didn't
to
say
Biden.
that was.
It's not limited. It's not limited to the Biden weaponization. It's not limited to in any way, scope, or form to January 6 or to Jack Smith. There's no limitation on the.
So he's planning on giving money to people that were prosecuted under Biden for committing crimes. That's what it sounds like right there. He's just boldly saying it. Like, it sounds like that. Listen.
It's not limited to in any way, scope, or form to January 6 or to Jack Smith. There's no limitation on the claims. So, and the other thing we've done, just to finish up and compare, it's not limited. It's not limited to the Biden weaponization. It's not limited to in any way, scope, or form to January 6 or to.
Y'all hear this bullshit? Like, they're literally going to give. It sounds like they're saying they're going to give claims to people from Jan 6. That's basically what it is, right? Isn't that what it is? $59 million. Isn't that what this is about? 500. Yeah, it sounds like it. Let me see here.
Jack Smith. There's no limitation on the claims. So, and the other thing we've done, just to finish up in comparison,
basically reward treasonous criminals.
To what was done previously, is we intend to appoint 5 commissioners. And also at the end, the money goes back. Any leftover funds go back.
Like, there'll be leftover funds with these crooks. You know what I'm saying? Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. That's saying, like giving the most thievingest, stealingest people, that kind of grace where you're like, yeah, maybe they'll leave some. What do you think they're going to leave? Crumbs? That's about it. If they leave anything, it's only going to be crumbs. What the fuck? They're going to devour that shit instantly. That shit is going to be gone on day one. That money will not last 24 hours.
Back to the federal government, not to non.
This is so stupid. It's like going to a rapist and thinking that they're not going to rape. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous.
Profits.
So how will the commission that you've just referenced that oversees the fund determine whether future claims from the fund are eligible to be paid out of it? And how will they determine how much will be paid for each claim? What's the legal basis for those decisions?
So there's commissions that are established all the time where a commissioner is charged with determining the correct amount, if any, to repay a claimant who's asking for funds. So in this case, what we expect is the commissioners will take in information. It's entirely voluntary. If an individual wants to apply and assert that they were a victim of weaponization, and the commission can do anything according to what was set up yesterday, from issuing an apology to the claimant to awarding compensation and the monetary compensation. So it depends on the claim, and there will be 5 commissioners who will review each claim. It won't be reviewed by me. It won't be reviewed by others in the administration. It'll be reviewed by the 5 commissioners.
Aren't those commissioners appointed by the president?
No, they're
Who
appointed
are they appointed by?
4 of them are appointed by the Attorney General, and 1 of them is appointed by the Attorney General in consultation with leadership of this body.
Look at this. Look, I don't know if anybody notices this, but just peep right here. He says it's the Attorney General, right? Who do you think the Attorney General is? He's talking about himself. He's going to appoint them all. Listen to how cavalier his spending of money. He just goes in there and just asks them for billions of dollars. And guess who's going to be in charge of assigning the commissioners, the 5 commissioners? Who's going to assign them? Who's going to assign them?
Each claim to awarding compensation and the monetary compensation. So it depends on the claim, and there will be 5 commissioners who will review each claim. It won't be reviewed by me. It won't be reviewed by others in the administration. It'll be reviewed by the 5 commissioners.
Aren't those commissioners appointed by the president?
No, they're
Who
appointed
are they
by,
appointed by?
4 of them are appointed by the Attorney General, and 1 of them is
4 of them are appointed by me. Todd Blanche, Attorney General, Acting Attorney General, Esquire, at your service, madam. This motherfucker, he's like talking in third person. The Attorney General, just say you, motherfucker. This is bullshit. This is bullshit. They just ask for money. They just ask for American taxpayers' money like that. And like that. Who's next? Just line up. Who else could it be? I mean, you may as well get one of who's that dude who played who played like the dude who used to, I don't know if y'all watch Martin, that show, but they used to have a guy that used to come and sell products at his door knock on the door and want to sell products and shit, like fucking corn chickens on a motherfucking stick and shit like this. I forget his name. It's just like, who's next? We got money. Who the fuck needs money? Get any old odd fellow out there and shit. Can you? It's nothing. They're just asking for money for nothing. Just because you can get it. Just ask for the money. You can get it. No one's stopping you. Congress isn't stopping you. Yo, brother man, exactly. It's like, where's brother man at? He should get some money right now too. Goddamn. He would, since anybody can get it for any reason, it's like, damn. And people have to pay for this shit. Their grandkids will be paying for this. their grandkids will be paying for, American citizens' grandkids will be paying for this level of corruption. And the Congress is right along with it. They right along with it. It's just scam after scam after scam after scam, grifting after taxpayer dollars, taxpayer dollars, taxpayer dollars, taxpayer dollars. They're going through taxpayer dollars like there won't be none left by the time they're done. Like straight up.
Appointed by the Attorney General in consultation with leadership of this body.
Will the information related to the claims be publicly reported?
So that's a good question. I mean, look, there's privacy laws that exist, so I don't want to sit here today and say every scintilla of data collected will be released, but of course, there's accountability that the commission has, a quarterly report.
His
Four
answer,
of them are appointed
his answer is no.
According to what was set up yesterday, from issuing an apology to the claimant to awarding compensation and the monetary compensation. So it depends on the claim, and there will be 5 commissioners who
look. They're going to give apologies to criminals for being prosecuted.
leadership of this body.
Will the information related to the claims be publicly reported?
Will the information be publicly reported related to these what did she say? Related to these
information what? Related to the claims?
To the claims, I'm sorry. Exactly.
Be publicly reported?
So that's a good question. I mean, look, there's privacy laws that exist, so I don't want to sit here today and say every scintilla of data collected will be released, but of course, there's accountability that the commission has, a quarterly report that has to come to the Attorney General, which will certainly be public. There's a process that you all will get information, and there's a FOIA process. So I very much anticipate that the claims that are awarded, the basis and the amount will for sure be made public along the way.
Let me switch to a different issue which Chairman Moran brought up. Along with Chairman Moran and other members of this committee, I was one of the lead sponsors of the Violence Against Women Act reauthorization of 2022. These programs are critical to reducing violence against women. And
yo, Jazzy music, yeah. Jazzy says, morning, V. Eric Rafika, chat James Comey. James Comey should sue the government for $10 billion. Yeah, he should. I mean, and look, why not? Because they're saying they're making it open for these kind of claims, right? Why shouldn't Comey, go right at them and say, give me some of that money and then sue their ass? I mean, I'm curious if there's any agreements you have to sign, like promise to not sue later or something like that in order to get any compensation from this fund. I'm curious. But Comey should sue flat out the U.S. government and the federal government for sure. I mean, but the problem is that, listen, everything that's done, taxpayers are paying for. The American people are paying for. The same American people that live in the richest country on earth but don't even have universal health care. Right, so they got 40 million Americans, probably more than 70 million now, since Trump has been in office. Before Trump came in office, it was 40 million, that didn't have health care. So, it just makes me wonder. It's okay. I agree. I believe he should sue them. He would deserve it, right? But look at all the money being wasted right now. Who pays for it? If it's not, I'm sorry, but we got to get to a point where money goes to things that all American citizens benefit from, like flat out. Like, and I'm not saying he shouldn't sue because he's been taken to task twice. He should definitely get the money he spent and damages, right? But $10 billion, I'm not sure if it's necessary. These guys, they want $10 billion for everything. They want $1 billion for everything. No, because they're grifters. But Comey, that's what I'm saying. Comey should just, if you ask me, he should get some damages, but don't be like these people, because the American taxpayers are the ones that have to pay for it all. That's the problem. And right now, money is not going to things that most other Western countries would be putting money on, So you can't sue if it was under Trump. Who said that? Oh, you mean they might not allow it? They might not allow it. They won't allow it. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I feel you. Yeah. In any case, that was a issue, but bullshit. Everyone knows Todd Blanche is full of shit. You know what I'm saying? So there's not going to be more to it than it's not going to be more coming out of this day, but more bullshit. And people know. But in any case, there was something else going on that happened, and then I'm going to be out of there. It's these mosque shootings, yo. I'm really just saddened about this. It's not the first hate-related crime. There was that African-American cemetery that got destroyed, and they painted a bunch of Trump symbols on it. And who else? Somebody from Florida, right? Yeah. But they put his name on all these tombstones, African-American cemetery. And then there's more acts like this. I mean, and Trump, again, the way he speaks, people react this way to him, and I even believe he made a statement and then this shit happened. But let's peek.
Information from the San Diego police chief, specifically the timeline. What he's
Eric, ain't you around this area, right?
Said is just a little over 2 hours ago, authorities were called to the Islamic Center of San Diego due to reports of gunshots. He said they arrived within about 4 minutes, police did, and then found these 3 men victims in the parking lot of the mosque. He said authorities then went to try to enter the mosque, as they often do. They'll try to identify any potential shooter, but then police got calls of yet more shots fired at another area near the mosque. They then went to that location. They said they learned that there was a landscaper there who had been fired upon, but thankfully was not struck by bullets. But here, I have to admit, Jake, is the most strange, bizarre, however you want to describe it, part.
Yo, Eric, you said your brother knows one of the shooters. He was in my nephew's wrestling program. Damn. That is crazy. Your brother knew one of the shooters, man? Wow. That is ill. Wow.
Authorities say that they found 2 men ages 17 and 19 in a vehicle they believe to be the suspects. They believe they died from self-inflicted gunshot wounds. That raises a lot of questions about, A, who those people are, but obviously what potential motivation there was here. We have had this question over the last couple hours whether the shooter or shooters, plural, may have been associated with this mosque or whether this was complete, targeted violence from the outside. We did appear to get some indication of an answer to that from the police chief, because he said that they have now brought in the FBI, the San Diego field office. He said they are treating this as a hate crime until they've determined that it's not. And of course, what that signals to us is that that would not appear to be someone who was a member of the Islamic Center there, if they're describing this as a.
Oh, wait a second, Jazzy Music. You think he's going to be done? You think Trump is out of there? What you mean?
Excuse me, a hate crime. But again, a lot of questions here. We've covered, you and I, so many acts of mass violence in this country. So many.
You think Trump has had a heart attack or something?
Shootings. Rarely do you ever see 2 people engaged in the same type of targeted act of violence in
you mean
shooting.
You talk about after the okay, I got you. Yeah, that's true. That's one of the primaries that's happening, right? Yeah, okay.
Here, authorities say they believe that these 2 teens are indeed the suspects. A lot of questions about who they are, what the motivation was, and obviously why they decided to take their own lives outside this houses of worship. A lot of we often say that there are a lot of questions.
Take their own lives? What? Oh, they're talking about the shooter took their own lives? Did the shooters take their own lives in this shit?
Authorities say they believe that these are two teens are indeed the suspects. A lot of questions about who they are, what the motivation was, and obviously why they decided to take their own lives outside this houses of worship. A lot of we often say,
wow, they took their own lives. The shooters. That is weird. That is weird. Who were the shooters? Let me hear some more of this, though.
That there are a lot of questions, more questions than answers. This is truly one of those very peculiar situations that authorities are trying to get to the bottom of, Jake.
Steve Moore, what was your first reaction to what we heard from police, the San Diego Police Department, about the shooting at the largest mosque in San Diego County?
I was kind of surprised at the fact that we didn't know that there were 5 fatalities until now. It obviously happened in a very short amount of time when and they found the shooters fairly quickly. What's interesting to me, Jake, is that obviously 2 shooters, you rarely get that. The other thing is that I responded to an active shooter one time who went to a Jewish community center. After escaping from the Jewish community center, he shot a postal worker who was non-white. And the reason was he was a white supremacist, and that was fair game for him. The fact that they just randomly shot at a gardener makes me wonder if they had an agenda that would involve, I don't know, white supremacy, something like that, that would cause an anger at Muslims, and at the same time, people who might appear not to be citizens.
Yeah, this kind of racism is like ripping up the U.S., but not just racism, gender bias. I guess you could say anti-LGBTQ, this kind of culture war bullshit. It is so sad. I want to see. It says that the shooters in the tragic attack at the Islamic Center of San Diego were identified by authorities as Kane Clark, age 17, Caleb Vasquez, age 18. Like, these are 2 young people. They just destroyed their own lives. They killed themselves. It's mental illness, and it's mixed with some other things. Hatred can do that to you. 2 teenagers launched a heavily armed white supremacist motivated assault on the mosque before both died from self-inflicted gunshot wounds. Yo, what is going on? What is going on? Details released by San Diego Police Department and the FBI regarding the shooters and the timeline of the attack. Online radicalization, the FBI confirmed that Clark and Vasquez originally met online. Okay? Kids, the internet is not fucking cool. It's not safe. It's not a safe place for young people. It just isn't. Sorry. This is because people get all types of ideas pumped in their head. Yeah. And if you're not a person that's used to looking at detail and, being very cautious about examining things and taking your time before you just digest them, you can digest a lot of hateful information that will, before you could really even process it well, you react on it. With a radicalization online, each other they met through extremist forms. They left behind a suicide note manifesto expressing a broad, virulent hatred toward different races and religions, specifically calling for Muslims to be exterminated. Sons of a tyrant. Or some sons of Tarrant. Is that what it is? In their writings, the shooters referred to themselves as the sons of Tarrant, a direct nod to white supremacists who carried out the horrific 2019 mosque shootings in Christchurch, New Zealand. Nazi imagery and SS symbols were also found on their vehicle and gear. The mother's warning, roughly 2 hours before the shooting began, Kane Clark, that's one of the shooters, Kane Clark's mother called 911 to report that her son was suicidal, had run away in camo gear with a friend, and that several of her legally registered firearms were missing from the home. Law enforcement was actively searching the area for the teens when the first 911 calls came in from the mosque. Damn. Weaponry seized. The shooters went on a rampage wearing tactical body armor and using multiple firearms following the attack. Federal and local agents raided 2 residences linked to the teens, seizing 30 additional firearms, ammunition, tactical gear, and a crossbow. Man, this is so sad. It's so sad, man. Young people, man. Young people really don't have. I mean, look, what's going on, man? What's going on? Didn't they want to go to school or something? Like, why are they so angry at other people? Is it because they don't have enough opportunities themselves? Probably. The heroes who stopped them. The carnage at the mosque, which housed an elementary school with 140 children inside at the time. A heavily mitigated and heroic actions of 3 community members who lost their lives, keeping the shooters from advancing deep into the building. Amin Abdullah, the mosque's longtime security guard, he immediately engaged the armed shooters, shooting and striking one of them. Though he was fatally wounded, his actions forced the shooters back outside and gave him enough time to alert school administrators to trigger an immediate lockdown. Mansour Kaziha and Nadir Awad, 2 beloved pillars of the mosque community who intentionally drew the shooters further out onto the parking lot while on the phone with 911 dispatchers, sacrificing their lives to keep the gunmen away from the children. Yo, that's so tragic, y'all. Let me see. I'm going to play some more, and I'm going to pull up some more info on this, and then I'm going to be out. Now, let me see here. Yeah, let's continue. Let's see what else they have to say.
Josh Sherrard, police said the suspected shooters appeared to have died from self-inflicted gunshot wounds. They were 17. They were 19. We were told. What does that say to you?
You know, the questions that we're going to have to answer concerning where to go from here is, were they involved in a larger operation? We're going to need to be digging into
these online forums. They have foreign agents on them, so you could be talking to somebody that is a Russian agent, a person that their job is to like recruit or give young people these kind of ideas, like further this shit. Like straight up, look, you have to understand that online, they want to try, foreign governments want to radicalize young people. And this is the perfect thing when you're dealing with racism, and these kind of topics. This is where they really work to radicalize young people and get them to act. That's why I say the internet is not cool, because all it takes is a person that's very good at manipulation to get a hold of a young person who's generally not going to be that good. You see what I mean? And easily persuadable young people. It's so sad. It's so sad. It's so sad.
Investigating their homes, their digital assets, social media accounts, discords that may have been a part of, wondering if they were part of a larger organization or group, and wondering if this is just the first in a series of possible targeted attacks. Like Josh and Steve both pointed out, we don't see multiple shooters in these attacks very often. The vast majority of active shooters across the country for the last 25 years have been lone wolves. Is this part of a larger organization that we need to be concerned with? We need to rule that out as quick as possible, especially when we're talking about this age group that is very, very susceptible to that radicalization, as we've seen over the last several years.
Josh Campbell, how unusual is it when there are horrific mass shootings like this one How unusual is it for there to be more
They had a manifesto.
than one
It hasn't been released publicly.
shooter?
It's exceedingly rare. I mean, we almost never see it. We talk about the number of acts of violence that happen in this country involving firearms. Rarely do you see two people involved or two people or more trying to go toward the same target. We have seen incidents where people are firing at each other and they end up striking people. Again, this is very rare. We've seen incidents. I'm in Los Angeles, over in the San Bernardino area. Several years ago, there was a terrorist attack at a government building that involved multiple fatalities. That involved a man and a wife, two actual shooters. But again, this is very rare. But this does raise a lot of questions, a lot of work for law enforcement ahead. And just to break this down, I mean, we're seeing the images on what the scene looked like at the time whenever police were responding. But now that it's secure, they believe that there's no longer a threat. They believe the suspects have now been neutralized and are deceased. They have to work to try to identify them, but they also have to scour that area to gather any potential evidence that they can. These two people aren't going to be prosecuted, obviously, but they will try to work to determine, was there someone else who might have been assisting in this? We're not saying that that's the case right now, but that is textbook, something that authorities want to determine. Is this a group of people that were inspired to conduct an act of violence targeting Muslims? Was this something much different? Was this...
I mean, yeah, you could do it all online. You can gather people online and engage them this way. And, given the fact, like I always say, when people see me go to people's profiles on YouTube just to see what year it was made, how long ago was the account made that's on YouTube, and what do they have on their YouTube pages, I always do that. And then I think about what the person's typing, and then I think like this: people, if you really, have strong opinions and you want people to believe them, put something up about yourself on your YouTube page or on your social, something real, right? And because you need to know who you're talking to. This is something common. People should want to know who they're talking to. People should want to know how old their accounts are, because it counts. There's sneaky people. There's people in there faking. There's trolls, and not just trolls. There's also foreign agents trying to get a hold of your kids. It's not just foreign agents trying to get a hold of your kids for this kind of reason, maybe to convince them to do terrorist attacks, but it could be for other reasons, sex trafficking or anything else. So you got to be careful online, young people, and even Reddit and all that. It's so sad. 17-year-old and an 18-year-old shoot 3 people, but they went to shoot up a school and a mosque, right? There was 140 kids in that mosque going to school. They went to shoot that place up. 3 adults stopped them essentially and died. And then they killed themselves, the 2 ones, And, it's so sad because, again, racism is ignorant. No matter what you think, it doesn't matter if you think your people aren't doing well. Maybe you think your people aren't doing well, but put the facts together, and also do not resort to means like this. This just makes you stupid. Secondly, again, I tell people all this time, the way you were born is of no genius of your own. The way you were born is just by chance. It's just by chance. You had nothing to do with it. You don't control what you look like. It's not an invention by you. You didn't achieve it. You didn't achieve it. So, stop thinking of the world in these kind of ways. You know what I'm saying? Because it's futile. It is futile. It is futile. You see what I mean? Yeah, we're all human beings, and it is futile. And character, nationality, race, religion, gender, all those things, that has nothing to do with your character as a human being. It has nothing to do with your quality of being, what type of quality human being you are. Nothing to do with it. You see what I mean? So, yeah. In any case, people want to do whatever they want to do. Let me see here. Somebody said, via father checked demographics watching his teen podcast, every viewers were males over 35. His teens, you mean ladies? All the viewers. Oh, Yeah, his teens and the people were 35. Yeah, straight up. You got to be cautious of that shit. You know, you have to be cautious of that. And, you know, I really hope young people do pay attention to that. But I think most people, it's a matter of, you know, I think most young kids can tell a weirdo, you know, or tell fake profiles, or tell when someone's trying to get them to do something they shouldn't do. Right. Luckily, but not all kids can, you know, and they start listening to people online, and they think just because someone's saying something or has some type of charm that what they're saying is factual. You know, you see what I'm saying? And a lot of times people try to sell these ideas of racism over the internet. You see it all the fucking time, man. You hear stupid ass information, man, just bogus information that tries to make people look different from each other when people really aren't actually really that different from each other. Yeah, that's just how it is. And people, again, I'll say it again, people make something, you know, mold it to their needs, then they pass it on to another group of people that reshapes it for their needs. Then they pass that on to another group of people and reshape it for their needs. And then they pass it on and they keep passing it on. That's like the ABCs of humanity. That's how things really work. That's how things really develop on Earth, you know. And people that start trying to come up with these different theories about how we're not all one people. No, we are. It's just the Earth. We're part of the Earth. We are one. We're one with everything. And you might want to try to separate yourself, but listen, you're trying to kill yourself at the same time. You will kill yourself on the inside doing that, because it's insanity, because it's not backed up by science. You see what I mean? So whenever you try to outdo science, you're going to end up with a deficit somewhere, you know, and that's sad. And you watch it and it turns into this. 2 young boys, 17, 18, go out and shoot up a mosque. Man, what the fuck? Dude, what did you accomplish? What was the point? That is totally backwards. Maybe these people would have helped you with whatever your problem was if you walked in and asked for help. Maybe these people in this mosque might end up helping their families. The 2 kids that died, that killed themselves, the people in the mosque might end up helping their families. You see, that's how insidious this is. That's how insidious it is. But having said that, it is not the only type of insidious shit that goes on. I mean, there's also, let me see what the chat is saying. There's also this type of shit. Peep this. This is something else that went on. It is actually also halfway around the world. It's not even the same. It's not the same type of hate, but it is based on hate. It is hate. And it's just a different part of the world. Peep this. Watch this.
A French nun was walking near the ancient walls of Jerusalem's old city when a man closed in and threw her to the ground. The accused Jewish extremist turned back to kick her until he was confronted and kicked by a bystander. The incident went viral on social media and was condemned by Israel. But I wondered how isolated it was.
Hold on, let me pull it back.
On April 28th, a French nun was walking near the ancient walls of Jerusalem's old city when a man closed in and threw her to the ground. The accused Jewish extremist turned back to kick her until he was confronted and kicked by a bystander. The incident went viral on social media and was condemned by Israel. But I wondered how isolated it was. Dozens of security videos and interviews with Christian leaders and a Jewish activist suggest attacks are on the rise and frequent, especially in the old city. I spoke with Benedictine nun Sister Mary Madeline, who has lived near
Look, it's the same thing. It's the same stupidity. It's the same hatred. It's the same dumb shit. The same dumb shit. People thinking because of either their race, color, religion, or nationality, or status in society, think that they're inherently better than someone else and should have the right over someone else. That's simple. That is the worst part about the planet Earth. It's the worst part about the planet Earth. It's 2026, and you just have this type of stupid shit still existing. Stupid shit. Make believe superiority. Make believe master race. Make believe master religion. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just dumb. It is dumb. It's dumb. It's just dumb, man. It's no better than Trump, Donald Trump. You are my daddy. I'll do anything to make you happy. It's no better than that. It sounds fancy. It's wrapped in a fancy package, but it's dumb.
Jerusalem for 30 years and regularly visits the old city. How do you feel now when you come?
Now, when you come here,
Yes.
I am always quite afraid.
Afraid?
Yeah, like, what happened to the sisters, I'm aware that could happen to me tomorrow or...
So do you behave a little differently somehow?
I'm careful. I'm careful.
But it's not that you can hide your appearance. I mean,
No.
you're quite recognizable. So how do you be careful?
Well, I look around.
You look around
Yeah,
to see if
yeah,
anyone is
yeah.
it's windy today.
Yeah.
Just to see if anyone is what, approaching you or coming too close or...
It's just an inner feeling.
Israeli police arrested the man who attacked the French nun in April, identified as a 36-year-old Israeli settler from the occupied West Bank. He's facing charges of assault motivated by hostility toward a religious group. Israel's foreign ministry posted on X, this shameful act stands in direct contradiction to the values of respect, coexistence, and religious freedom upon which Israel is founded and to which it remains deeply committed. Adding Israel is also committed to ensuring that Jerusalem remains a city where every community can live, pray, and practice its faith in safety and dignity. But Christians are nonetheless leaving, while the Jewish community grows. Government figures show that a century ago, Christians made up a quarter of Jerusalem's population. Now, it's less than 2%. And a 2025 study found many are considering leaving the region because of political or social pressures and security concerns.
Do you feel that this is an attempt to push Christians out?
Maybe, yeah. In situations like that, I feel that I'm not welcome here. On the other side, we have so many friends who say really the contrary, who help us.
Yiska Harani is one of them. She's the director of the Israel-based Religious Freedom Data Center, which tracks attacks on Christians and promotes interfaith coexistence. She says spitting and other insulting and aggressive acts happen daily.
Who's encouraging this?
I would say that the fact that the education system ignored completely anything that has to do with Christianity, therefore ignoring Christian presence here, Christian relations with the world, Christian pilgrims, that brought greater awareness to all the bloody history of Jews in Christian lands.
Harani collects videos. Jerusalem is full of security cameras of priests, nuns, Palestinian Christians, and Christian visitors being spit at, harassed, and Christian sites being desecrated. Harani says she raises complaints with police, but estimates authorities only take about 5% of them seriously.
Why would Netanyahu's government want to allow this kind of thing to happen? It only antagonizes Christians in America who support President Trump, who support Netanyahu. So isn't this harmful to him?
This is harmful to everyone. It's harmful to Netanyahu, who really wouldn't like to see that and to be embarrassed in front of journalists saying that this is not our way, that we really appreciate the Christians. But he has ministers.
In particular, Harani points to Israel's radical right-wing national security minister, Itamar Ben-Gvir. He's been sanctioned by the UK, Norway, Australia, and New Zealand for inciting violence against Palestinians. In a 2023 interview with Israeli media, Ben-Gvir, who oversees the police, said spitting at Christians should not be considered a criminal offense. His office didn't respond.
Spitting at Christians should not be considered a criminal offense in Israel? Yo, it just, listen, and look at Kentucky. Kentucky this is crazy. I hope many of you need to rewind this stream and watch it. I'm about to stop, but watch it from the beginning because it closes out here. We started off with Kentucky, white ass Kentucky, white Christian Kentucky, having more AIPAC money being spent in the Republican primary than American PAC money, American, initiative PAC money. That is crazy. And guess who lost? Massey lost in Kentucky yesterday. And guess who Massey is? Massey is the guy who wrote the discharge petition for the Epstein files to be released. The one that MAGA Mike Johnson blocked from having a vote on the floor of Congress. So they had to do the discharge petition, wait till they got 218 signatures, right? And they couldn't get that. They had to get some elections passed first because Democrats are the minority party. So they finally got it done with all Democrats and 4 Republicans. They got that signed, got it on the floor, had a vote, was unanimous then after it got on the floor because people were embarrassed to vote against it. Went through the House, went through the Senate overnight to Trump's desk. He had to sign it, and more Epstein files come out. The Epstein files that come out, you find out about Israeli intelligence in the USA, likely working with Jeffrey Epstein, right? Well, they were working together, right? And then so you see how all this goes, right? Now, then you have this. American people have been supporting Israel even during Epstein when he was on a rampage in the United States of America. That's over 20 years. And now look at this, just right in your face today. Think of Kentucky, good old Christian conservative Kentucky, huh? What about what's his name? Jennings, Scott Jennings, Mr. Christian conservative on CNN, capping for the other guy, dissing Macy, huh? Dissing anybody that goes against the president, right? What happened to him, Mr. Christian conservative? Look at this.
New Zealand for inciting violence against Palestinians. In a 2023 interview with Israeli media, Ben-Gvir, who oversees the police, said spitting at Christians should not be considered a criminal offense.
Yeah. There you have it, Scott Jennings. There you have it. Thank you very much for supporting shit like this. What a dumbass. And this is what they're doing. And Scott Jennings, Kentucky is only 4 states in the U.S. is more poor than Kentucky. Why does AIPAC have so much? Why did they outspend everybody else? Why not AIPAC, but the Christian lobby, AIPAC and others? Why did they outspend even the American lobby in this primary Republican election? How is that possible? They got Massey out. And he's the one who took, who actually wrote the Epstein files discharge petition and got all those signatures, man. If this doesn't tell you something is really, really wrong, I don't know what would tell you. But in any case, y'all, I'm out. I appreciate everybody for coming out again. Listen, click the like button if you haven't clicked the like button. It's going to help more people come into the stream. Share the stream. You know what I mean? Share the stream. Let people know more about the videos. It's an important conversation that's going on. And subscribe if you haven't subscribed. I'd appreciate that. I'm going to be here for a minute, and all due to Trump's administration, the foul things. I mean, I don't know how many. Do I have 1,000 videos about Trump's ass? Do I have 1,000 now? It's like, how many days I've been on a spree, and I'm going to stay on the spree until Trump is out of office, until this administration is out of office. Like, if you will see me online 4 days a week, period. No less, pretty much. Right. Until this thing is finished. And, all I can say is to the people standing up against this tyranny in my country, in the United States of America, thank you very much. Thank you very much on behalf of the Americans, that those of us that live outside of our own country right now. We all thank you. You see what I mean? For sacrificing, man. It is so horrible. There's no reasoning. There's no reason why in the wealthiest country on earth, Americans, let me tell you, the U.S. may be the wealthiest country on earth. And it may have been the most wealthiest country of all time, but it's also the one Western country that treats its citizens worse than any other. Like straight up. Americans don't get shit for the taxes they pay. 40% of the taxes they pay, 45 at maximum, go, probably more like 40, go to something American citizens can see, feel, and are affected by directly in their life. Soon as you leave the United States of America, it hops up to 60% and higher, all the way up to some countries like Denmark, which is like maybe 7 to 75% of the taxes you spend, you know, are working on the ground in your communities. The United States, that's 40% of the taxes, man. So Americans, you got to do better. Listen, you owe yourself something. Stop thinking about Republican and Democrat and independent. Stop thinking about party and start thinking about what is right. Start off with treating yourselves better, because this government, you've either gotten used to being like treated poorly, or you just never knew don't know that other people do it differently in the Western world. Everybody else, wake up. Take off the horse blinders. Take them off of your eyes and change. Save your country. You know, in any case, on that note, I'm out. I'll be back. I appreciate everybody. I will see you in 18 hours, y'all. All right? 1. Fuck Epstein. Fuck Trump. Release the Epstein files, y'all. Thank you very much. Impeach Trump. And impeach JD Vance. Impeach the whole administration. Impeach half of the Supreme Court. Get rid of these people. Get your country back. All right, y'all. Peace. See ya.
We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. Orientation in this place we call Earth. Love from conception, from your mom, your birth. Pops planted the seed in the turf. From there, you must find out what life is worth. Grew up learning your do's and don'ts. Before working on your motor skills, working on your coordination, right? And orientation to what you like. The brand new thing, so gentle the soul we're capturing. In this distance, the alphabets the kids sing. They celebrate when it's time to go outside. As you get older, you learn to let all the troubles in your life just glide away. Stay focused, keep it smooth, keep you cool. Things in life can make it get rude. If you let it, don't let it. 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 If you let it, let it. Let it, what? If you let it, don't let it. Let it. If you let it, what? Don't let it. If you let it, don't let it. Let it. Don't let it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We embark on this journey through your soul. We wanna have a good time. That you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I, on a mission to salvation. Our spirit be our transportation. We think you'll do a little love, and that is true. For real, we bring something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. From our harshest past, embedded in our society's identity. But then again, can you tell me that's free? They explain to you what your mind should perceive, suggest things they want you to believe, like your skin color dictates your race. They're calling you an idiot to your face, like life is much more simple than that. We're all slaves and the cards are stacked, while we fight over problems we can fix. Industrialists turn our kids to addicts. The television does a job, introduce you. The radio's right there to seduce you, keep you locked on the wrong damn track. Cigarettes is just legalized crack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. But stop believing in the flag, it's a trap. Cause men rule this world, that's a fact. They don't know, but I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, but I'm gonna spit it like I know. They don't know, that I'm gonna hit them with this shit. They don't lie, that you're gonna free your mind tonight. 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 If you see a man that needs help, then help a brother. If you see a sister on her own, still love her. Cause life is about how you choose to see it. But you gotta teach people how to learn to see it. The planet's been through suffering many times. We propagate many wars many times. The people need to wake up and stop accepting deceit from their own government's deception. You can't blame the people for needing protection from the government's bad reputation. We need to sing a song called Free the Nation. Cause we done had a whole lot of separation. Racism, classism, nationalism, based on keeping people out on the plantation. That's the plan, no doubt. Cause rich people got a plan, no doubt. If you still don't understand and believe that we are all one from the same mother and respect each woman and man with the same consideration you would like to be given on a daily, then you need to retire so the new generation can take over and show you how to live and govern this place we call Earth home. Everybody here, yeah. They don't know, kid. They don't know. But I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie. But I'm gonna say it like I know.
wrote this one because I love you, and I want you to love me too, girl.
I just want to love. Just love the way you love. Love the way I love.
I love you.
I just want to love. Just love the way you love. I love the way I love you.
You my TRL, I'm looking at you. The look in my eye, you can tell that I wanna know you, better yet show you that I treat you right, this I owe ya. The feelings I feel are not obscene. It's no secret I'll go in public and scream. I'll LOV you, my baby girl. The feeling's so true, we can make our own world. We were made for each other, I feel like you love. We had a child, we be father and mother. There ain't no other I'd rather spend my time with. This love can endure anything that splits. If it wasn't legit, you wouldn't hear it. I could never be confused by your spirit. We just take it still a rollie cause we both know what we do. I'm in LOV with you.
I just want to love.
Baby girl,
love the way you love.
Love me.
Love the way I love.
I love you.
I just want to.
Hey.
I want to love.
Oh,
love the way you love.
Love me.
The way I love you.
I love you, girl.
Just relax.
Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax.
Just relax.
Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. Hold your hand when we in town. Protect this love, even in the underground. Joy to God, eating brunch on a blanket. This God that granted us these days, I thank it. It's no wonder why I'm comfortable with you. It's all the simple things for me that you do. When you rub my back, it's feeling so nice. Much more than reunion and ice. It's about the kindness I can see in your face, and the way it's at the right time and place. No other woman I'd rather spend my time. This love is so fresh I can taste.
I just want to love. Love the way you love. Love the way I love.
I love you.
I just want to love. Love the way you love.
It's about you.
Love the way I love you.
I love you.
Just relax. Just relax.